Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. 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 No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand.
Good evening and welcome to Champions Poker Live from Champions Club in Houston, Texas. This is Dan Faust coming to you live with Chris McCauley. How's it going tonight, Chris?
Doing great. How are you, Dan?
I am wonderful. It's going to be a good one tonight. I'm looking forward to the action. 5-5 no limit hold'em tonight for the Wild Wednesday. I see a $10 straddle out there already. Probably going to be an action game today. Let's introduce the players. Starting out in seat number 1, we have Bedrock, a regular here on the stream. He's from right here in Houston, runs a couple of comic book stores called Bedrock City Comics. Check him out when you can.
And sitting next to him in our 2-seat today, it is another young gun, Jonathan. Jonathan is a local tournament player here in Houston, but he travels occasionally to play in other places like Dallas. Does really well in the tournament streets, I'm told, and he's also no joke on the cash tables. Glad to have him back on our higher stakes stream today.
Next to him in the 3-seat, it's ATM, another regular and favorite here on the stream. Always cracking jokes and making big pots. ATM, favorite hand, a little suited connector, 8-7 of diamonds specifically.
And rocking the bucket hat and the lovely gray knit sweater, it's Collin over here to ATM's left. Collin, local cash game player, always plays high stakes. You can always catch him in our Monday night game here on the floor at Champions, driving up the action.
In the 5-seat, he's played on the stream once or twice before, but we don't have a whole lot of information on Cobb. Don't have a bio sheet, but good to see him back. We're going to have to get some more info from him. We'll see how it works out for him today.
He's like, no, I played one. That was the second one.
And sliding on over next to Cobb, it is Ben Lebluff. Welcome back to the stream, Lebluff. Lebluff has become more of a regular over the last couple of weeks or months, I'd say. He's played a few times on our stream now. Mixes it up between stakes, but always involved in big pots, firing some big Lebluffs, dare I say.
I always love it when he bluffs, so we can say that. Next to him, another stream favorite, it's Outlaw. He is a crusher in both the cash streets and the tournaments. He's had a really deep run on our last big series here at Champions, and it's always good to see him on the cash streams as well.
And rounding out the lineup to start the day, it is HV. Originally regular on the 1-3 streets here, but has continued to move up in stakes as he's continued to crush. And hopefully we'll see more crushing here tonight. Looks like everybody's going to be starting with the $2,000 to begin the stream. This will be, of course, a match the stack stream, as almost all of our events are here. So expect those numbers to skyrocket within the first 10 or 20 hands here.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see somebody go all in hand number 1 and double up those stacks right away. Let's see how it goes today.
Well, you know, unfortunately, Ty's not in the lineup today, so we might not see the all-in hand one guaranteed. But
It's just a little bit of time. 30.
Early open
You'll need
from
to convince him not to
ATM,
3x
makes it
open
30 to
the
go.
gun off of like 15 big blinds.
Well, you can't with some hands. You gotta keep that secret. It's close to your vest. Everyone does it.
Get calls in a few spots, lots of suited hands here.
I played day 2 of that 200,
HV defending
and I
with
got 3 bet.
Queen Jack in the big blind and Bedrock in the straddle. 3-betting to 160.
I didn't get 3 bet.
King Jack suited for him.
480.
Little graphical error there. Collin is not in this hand. That is ATM.
4-bet, and I put in.
But that is the hand that he has.
And the dude's in the tank, and we were so.
They had the seats swapped for the first couple of hands here, so this will be ATM and Bedrock. Heads up now as ATM comes with a 4-bet to 480. He'll take it down without a fight.
Close.
I want to start a big game?
Sure.
Half of aces with.
Yeah, now that ATM's going to hand up, I'm
The GTO approved ace wheel 4-bet.
What's it? How much is it?
ATM may be sending a message to start out the stream, but he's not afraid to
You should have peeked
get in
before
there.
I looked at mine and I said, Nick gave guys, come on.
We play like 10 on
So it
one.
probably gets to 300, maybe a little more,
Yeah,
maybe
well,
350.
Yeah, there's king.
Since there's so little action, we're going to bring out the Nick game right away.
Of course, yeah. 4-bet first hand with ace-5 suited. No big deal.
Welcome to everybody joining us live.
Or not.
Let us know in the chat who you're sweating and give us any predictions you have for big winners or big losers on the night. In case you don't know, the Nick game is those big red buttons that you see in front of the players.
So tomorrow.
In order to get rid of that button, the players must win a hand and show it down. Last player to do so will have to pay a penalty. Some games they pay out a penalty to each player. Here at Champions, we usually do a splash pot. So the loser does have a chance to win their money back. They'll have to put in a certain amount
Thank you.
Dealer, do you have the time?
It's just a cooler,
and
man.
play a hand. Typically, they start with, I believe, 100 or 200 in this game.
Oh, let's see the card. Let's see it.
Yeah, I think the penalty for the 5-5-10 usually kicks off at around 200. I think in the 1-3-6 we've been doing about 150 to start, so we'll see.
Are you serious? That's disrespectful.
Raise and take it. And Outlaw safe. Ace King suited on the button. No action.
Damn, that's it.
Risk-free.
You can expect the 10 to be on basically all night tonight. I don't know if the 10 is mandatory, but I would be surprised to see anybody refuse to put it on.
They're gonna think it's his.
Yeah, I do not think it's mandatory, but these guys do play a lot of 5-5-10 on the floor, so it's going to be like their regular game here.
Game defense is big line. I mean, straddle.
Over your hand.
Damn.
Lebluff getting some love in the chat already.
He wanted to put 25 more. He didn't want to give you 25 more.
Cooper Moore saying,
You're mucking my outs, HB.
Get that money.
How can I call?
Actually, that is. Well,
early open from Collin this time. Queen 6 suited makes it 30 to go. Again, those graphics are going to be fixed in a hand or two here, but got Collin and ATM swapped right now.
For a flannel, you would have been like.
Bedrock gambling with 7-deuce suited in the small blind defends. ATM is in there as well. Whoa. Bottom 2 pair for the 7-deuce.
Not too bad, especially considering that ATM has connected with a middle pair. Collin, of course, with the miss will make the fold.
That drive home on, was it Monday?
Well, it was not necessary, but it will certainly be welcome here with the 7-deuce.
Before we left, how's the weather outside?
Drawing to a chop at this point. Not ideal circumstances at all, but it's just going to take the pot down. Bedrock sad to not get more action there after turning the boat, but certainly take it.
Just about. No time.
You can't do that.
He'll be the second player safe.
He was doing like 40 with their hazards on.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, hydroplaning is so scary. I did one once where I like spun out, but luckily there's no binding.
7 deuce, never lose.
Suited.
Suited.
Try and bluff Collin, but I didn't get a chance to.
And you just pop
Can't
it.
bluff with the best aim.
There's so much unfinished business right here.
Do y'all do double board balls or
Love to
no?
value.
Yeah, but just
Okay.
took way too damn long last
We'd
time.
love to.
And
That's valid.
one of the deal they didn't even know how
We
to
would
do it.
love to.
I just think I saw one stream where there was like
We'd
one.
love to.
Yeah, that was the one that I got stuck for.
Holds around to the cutoff. HV will open with 7-6. Makes it 30 to go.
Or was it Monday? Maybe there was one or something.
What did we say the penalty is?
200.
3-bet from Collin out of the
Plus
straddle.
25 each time.
Raising with his ace wheel. We'll get it done before the
9
flop.
deviations stronger than your hand.
It looks like we've got those seats corrected now. ATM and Collin in the correct spot, graphic-wise.
And these lines don't like mean anything.
Good for me. I probably would have been confused at a couple of points tonight, but
Yeah, it was-
kind of like a joke bet.
When they were both in that last hand, my head almost exploded.
well, hopefully that's the most complicated thing we have to deal
You
with.
get like a
tonight. Can't say the
3-second
same thing
grace
for the
period.
players
No, I
this
know.
year.
I was thinking-
There's going to be
That
a
was like pretty
couple of
tricky.
tough
you think
spots,
better
I
of it?
suspect, on this stream with this lineup of players.
I just haven't played on it.
Almost everybody here has very fun track record. Actually, I think everybody is all on this stream at one point or another been involved in some huge, pretty crazy pots. So hopefully we see some more of that tonight.
Have you played with Cobb before?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I've had the pleasure of playing with him at a local room here, TCH Houston. I actually know that Cobb has also played a couple of games up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area as well. So he's a good guy, good player. I haven't had the chance to play with him, I think, more than twice or thrice, but he seems pretty good every time I've done it. So hopefully he brings more of that action to the stream tonight.
You're telling me
It's always good to have
queen six of diamonds. Oh,
some fresh faces. I know he's played with us before, but not as regularly as the rest of these folks on this stream.
We've got pretty much nothing for everyone involved in this hand, and Cobb should just take this down without a fight with the ace high. It is the best hand in this particular instance. So far, no blood drawn this early in the stream. Everything's been pretty routine so far. No big collisions yet. But
yeah, and making quick work of a Nick game as well. I think a different player has won every hand so far.
I mean, we'll see how that goes. We kind of chopped through a crazy amount of hands earlier this week on the Monday night stream. I think we got to like 128 or something like that for the final hand count, which is pretty high for these streams. I would say.
He's like, oh, it shouldn't be too bad. I just
Most definitely. I mean, our double straddle is on here. We do allow 2 straddles for the first few hours of the stream. The final hour of the stream, unlimited straddles, can get pretty wild. We got the 20 on this time.
Especially if you're doing the credit card stuff, you have to go in person too. I know that.
Yeah.
More love for Lebluff in the chat. Matthew Morales in there, and GoFin's Poker as well, rooting him on. GoFins has played on our stream a couple of times as well. Quickly becoming one of our favorites here.
I know, it's weird.
Action this hand. Bedrock opens with ace jack and the hijack. Jonathan 3-betting right after him with ace king. Looks like we're going to see a flop this time.
There's no hood.
Bucket hat all the way down. I know Jonathan likes
Turtle mode.
I do. I'm
You
big
don't wear a
fan.
hoodie, so how
Exactly.
Are you gonna get this time?
Dude,
That's why they're laughing at me.
All diamonds. Best hand gets better with the only diamond being the king in Jonathan's hand.
I only look at his feet.
Yeah, shouldn't be much of a fuss this hand from Bedrock. Just sitting with ace high, no diamonds in hand. Gonna be hard for him to do that much. Check back is interesting from Jonathan, just not willing to put himself in an uncomfortable spot on this 3-diamond board, but Bedrock really nothing to fight back with, so it should be a pretty simple affair post-flop.
Confident he's not going to get check raised after the second check. Jonathan will go for a bet and take it down. And another player safe.
Good hand to have. Yeah.
If you tell someone in the show, you get yours back, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, right.
Or just get another one if you don't have one.
Or a second, right?
No one's gonna tell you to show, don't worry.
I know. Everyone's different.
I maybe would have told you the first time if you didn't, because I'd never seen you before. That's about it.
They'd get mad at you because
Yeah, but you know, who cares what they think? Yeah. They're not in charge of me.
you're just a chill guy.
Yeah. It's a long and busy day, dude.
It's a rainy day.
20 straddle on again. Suited king 10 for Bedrock. First to act. It's going to lift it up to 60. Folds around to that double straddle. HV looking down at a couple of hooks. Going to go to 240. And Bedrock's going to see another flop. And he'll be behind again this time, but in position.
And this time a bit more fair of a fight. Jacks versus the king 10 suited.
Not with two babies.
Nobody's favorite flop this time. No clubs in sight for either player. HV flopping second pair here.
I used to live in California.
Was about to say if Bedrock bets here, having opened from under the gun, he might get a fold with that ace high board, but it goes check, check.
Yeah, I think HV probably checked with the intention rather to at least check call one street, but had Bedrock decided to commit to a double barrel, it would have been a different story. I think Bedrock's going to unfortunately find himself in the same spot as last hand, where just no connection to the board whatsoever, not really able to fight back with his hand either time, so...
Yeah, it could have been worse. He could have flopped a 10.
Yeah. 10-10 jack one time for a nightmare.
Right.
I mean, of course, no ill will to Bedrock, just thinking of some fun flops.
And just like that, HV safe, and we're already heads up in the Nick game. ATM and Lebluff, the only two Nick game holders.
Yeah, pretty crazy. We're only 7 hands in, and we've lost 7 nip buttons, so if the trend holds, then Nick game over right now, and we'll be right back to it, hopefully. I don't think this stream is set up to play a perpetual version of the Nick game, but we'll have to see how often they choose to keep it on. I assume it will be almost always.
Yeah, that's kind of up to the players. Some of the players love that, just keep it on the whole time. Some players like to take a break in between. But since it's only been a couple of hands.
It took a lot for me not to 3-bet the 7.
And one of the players with a nip button is raising this up. ATM makes it 60.
I looked down to 7, dude.
And Lebluff, of course,
All I could think about
has to get in there.
Automatic defense system engaged.
Good. That's what I wanted to hear.
Bluff will need some help here. Jack 7 versus Ace 7. Both players connecting.
Got it.
Yeah, bad news for Lebluff. He has flopped himself some showdown value, which means he's probably going to need to pay at least 1 or 2 streets of value to ATM, assuming nothing crazy happens on the turn or the river.
I said it first. But I'm gonna have to finish the business, so there's unfinished business.
Little bit of hope here now for Lebluff. He's got a gut shot to go along with. So a jack or an 8 be good here, and it's a jack.
Yeah, and we were right. The Nick game is going to be over after 8 hands. Getting rid of a nip button every single hand is pretty impressive. Don't think we've really seen that before. First Nick game immediately moved through just like that. We're already done.
Yeah, quick work. And no big clashes, really. So it is a $200 penalty. You see those chips in the middle there in front of ATM. Nick game is over.
That's definitely the record for the world's fastest Nick game, because you quite literally can't get rid of it any faster than that.
Right.
Good stuff and dominated.
True.
Well, these splash pots can generate some action sometimes.
I'm not sure if they told you.
200 dead in the middle.
They showed them that there is a break at 7 p.m.
Unfortunate that we don't have him on the stream, but I'd love to see if anyone is going to employ the classic Tish Money limp strategy in the Nick game from early position with a monster.
There's 200
I'll have to see if that comes to pass.
Yeah, he is pretty famous for the limp raise strategy.
The heads-up Nick game specialist, as he titles himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was quick. That was a quick Nick.
And when there is a splash pot, that's the only time you're going to see a lot of limping from these players.
Yeah, when the Nick gets lucky, it picks up ace
Jonathan and ATM both getting in there with 9-6 before Collin raises to a buck and a squirt with Queen Jack suited. Folds to the big blind. HV with 2 8s makes the call. And Bedrock,
Yeah.
I believe, putting the stack in the middle from the straddle with Ace King. Yeah. Collin's willing to gamble.
Yeah, we talked about how the players are here to get ready to match the stack, and that's going to be a really easy way to do it, is to get it in with these types of hands.
Tricky spot for HV with a middle pair.
Probably just going to end up being a fold. It's not completely unlikely that one or both players maybe has a better pocket pair. Not necessarily wanting to take a hand like 8's 3-ways either. It's equity's kind of hard to hold unless both of your opponents have gotten really frisky with an under pair, which, again, that's not super likely. So I think it's totally fine just to pass this one by.
You got it.
I mean, best case scenario, both players have ace-king, so they have each other's outs, or ace-queen or something like that. But
I mean, right now HV's basically in one of his best case scenarios, and he's only a 30% favorite to win the hand. So, but he is gonna gamble with them. Love to see it. Ready to get it in with everybody else.
Equity's very close. Everybody got the right price here with the dead money in the middle.
It's a good hand tap.
I got that beat for now.
I didn't fold.
Sounds like I'm gonna go
Bedrock's hand is on its back,
Sounds like
but
I'm somewhere in between y'all.
HV and Collin will wait. First big clash, and good flop for Bedrock, but also Collin. He picks up the club draw
Oh, that's me.
and gets there.
Set.
Wow.
Really?
I never lose. I never lose that hand. That's the
Oh,
easiest.
no.
It's not so long.
Oh,
One.
wow.
What a board.
Collin turning the flush with HV turning the set, but how about rivered quads to take the pot down?
Just
Huge pot for HV, and he's got them both covered to start the stream, so he's going to get a full absorption of both of those other stacks.
And just 20 minutes in, already one knit game in the books, and HV up $3,600 after that one. Bedrock and Collin both to the felt. Down one buy-in each, but it's early. Plenty of time to turn things around. This will be close to a 5-hour stream tonight. If you like what you're seeing, be sure to hit that thumbs up, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Come visit us here at Champions Club. 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South in Houston, Texas. Come experience some of this crazy Texas poker action. We got a fun weekend coming up this weekend. 100K Monster Stack tournament on Saturday. $400 buy-in, 100K guarantee, one-day tournament. And then on Sunday, we're just going to be giving money away all day long on Sunday, noon to 8 p.m. every half hour, giving away $500 if you're playing in the cash room. Just drawing a random seat. Anybody who's playing cash is eligible to win. That's $500 every 30 minutes from noon to 8 p.m. We're going to do that every Sunday in June.
Yeah, pretty juicy promotional if you're looking to play some good cash games. 1-3, 1-2, maybe some PLO as well. This is the place to do it.
Pass them out, Bedrock.
Yeah, I might have to come down Sunday. My win rate might go from -10 to +10.
Hey, that's pretty good. If you're adding plus 500 and you're getting only a plus 10 win rate, then...
Well, you're not going to win the 500 every time, but I'm hoping to win one.
Yeah.
2,000.
3,000.
3,000.
Yeah. I think. It was one It is.
Go Fins in the chat. Tell the players the wedding is over. Stop with the gifts.
Chat.
HV just had
Chat's asking.
a big wedding and reception
2,900.
29.
Yeah.
just a couple weeks ago.
So now this is 225?
The gifts keep coming.
Only 13,000 more to go.
Nick game right back on. $20 straddle as well.
He said, that's me. There's no justice in the world.
Yeah, you really? And the king of clubs.
Hard to make a pan hold on. You know, when you hit a set, you thought it was you.
Another ace king.
Fast rolls.
Outlaw opening from the cutoff with king 10, and Jonathan looking down at Big Slick suited in the big blind.
Q J.
And he's going to come with a big raise, 260.
That's only my second time losing a quads this week.
Sorry.
First for me.
I seen the other one.
Just a monster.
I think the other one is more hurt than this one.
Takes it down without a flop. Outlaw gets out of the way.
That guy wants $5 in time.
I got 25 free time yesterday. I had one yesterday, 2 aces. Against Ethan.
I know.
And then you see what happened in the result? I lost 10K.
Let's hope it's the same outcome.
Wow. Stop it.
Friendly table.
Wow! Oh shit, I thought it was 1,000.
So HV getting a high hand bonus here for those quads.
enthusiasm.
No, that'd be valid.
I really thought it was 1,000 because I saw like 3 I saw 3 numbers and then
Thousands the top prize, right?
Yeah.
100's still pretty good.
It's gotta be.
1,000 is top prize.
I got 20.
I don't think
Got
I've ever
himself
seen
an
anyone
extra
pull something
hundo
else.
for those quads. Anytime you get quads or better here at Champions, you get to draw from that bucket of balls. There are prizes
Man, first
up
you
to
paid for this one,
$1,000 cash.
Did I lost my net money, right? For the pots?
Early open from Lebluff here. 55 with 3-3. And Outlaw getting a little gambly in the cutoff here. 3 bets to 175 with the suited 6-4.
What happened Monday too?
And what a great scenario for him. It folds back around to Lebluff. And Outlaw actually has 2 overcards. That's not going to happen very often with 6-4.
And a pretty decent flop for the 6-4. You've connected in some way, which you gotta like that.
And with a king high board, you can definitely see bet being the 3-better pre-flop. Going to get credit for a king a lot of the time.
Yeah, defending with those 3s just going to be difficult most of the time. One of the few boards where Lebluff will feel okay to continue. A couple of turn cards that he would quite enjoy. That's not one of them, unfortunately. Good news for Lebluff is that Outlaw probably won't continue to fire a huge amount more into this spot.
I'm at 2% on the flop.
I would expect at least 1 more barrel from Outlaw in position.
Definitely a great board for his range. Easy to continue here with the 2 high cards, 2 flush draws available as well. He does have some showdown value, so he doesn't really need to go that polar with his bet sizing here. Can bet a healthy amount, but doesn't need to go all the way up to the pot size. He will take it down.
Yeah, it chooses a sizing of 400, and that's enough to get it done.
Just, how does that turn come out, man? It's such a sick turn.
What? Oh, you're talking about that.
I think the stream is laughing right now. The commentator is probably laughing right now. After I say that's me. That should be the real word, man. You say that's me when you're drawing dead. Yeah, like 2% on the flop.
Pretty dead.
Yes. Poor Richard flopped a king.
Yeah, but I didn't gloat.
You didn't say that's me?
That's a good point.
Well, but it was already tabled, so.
There was no
But yeah, he still
gloating.
could have said it.
I knew it wasn't good until the river.
I think I should go home.
I'll pay you to stay.
20 straddle on again. Lebluff finds kings under the gun, opens to 55. And it's going to get revenge on Outlaw here as Outlaw comes with a 3-bet to 175 with ace wheel.
Wait, Jonathan, you lost yours?
We know those kings aren't going anywhere.
You know, just...
When was this?
Uh-oh.
ATM also with a relative monster, and he's got a nip button on him as well, so he's going to bump it up himself with the 4-bet.
Big hand alert.
Now, if you're Lebluff here, obviously we get the benefit of the eagle eyes from above, so it's easy to know what to do. Ben just going to jam it on in here. I think that, well, you know, never mind. I'm just going to reserve that commentary for another rainy day because ATM's not the kind of man to fold ace-queen suited. So Lebluff gets exactly what he wants and gets it in with the best hand.
And we know one of those aces is in the muck, so ATM drawn to 2 outs here or some diamonds.
Flop, that's me. I'm dead.
One time I was all in.
Running diamonds or one of those aces.
Oh. Under the wheel, so I'm never saying anything.
Oh, he's
The clock I have.
And now only 1 ace is good. As the ace of spades was in the muck.
I only had 1,500 in front of me.
Safe run out for Lebluff. He's going to stack ATM. And just like that, 30 minutes in, 3 players down a buy-in. HV up 38. And with that hand, Lebluff up 1780. Jonathan, Outlaw, and Cobb basically even at this point. It's going to be a fun one tonight. How big do you think the biggest pot of the night is going to be, Chris?
Oh boy, with 5, 5, 10, 20 is going to be on pretty much all night. I mean, the biggest pot has to be at least 10K, but I've got to shoot higher than that. I would say we're going to get probably a $14,000 pot tonight. I'm definitely interested to see what chat has to say about that. I wonder if Finns has a better idea. I know he's played with this lineup pretty recently, so tell us if you think we will have a bigger or smaller pot than 14K, but I think that's a safe line to put it at for this group.
Yeah, that's a pretty good line, I think, for biggest single pot of the night.
Please, don't do it. I think 5? No, wait. 35. 56.
Thank you. I can't wait to get stacked by HP. He said he needed a rebate this week. I'm trying to give it to him.
Thank you, Collin.
You're welcome.
So kind.
That's you.
That's me.
You said it so confidently, and I was like, what? What clubs could he have?
Just a $10 straddle this time. Folds around to the cutoff. Bedrock with
I thought he
that
had
doesn't sound like
7-5 suited will open to $60.
I'm gonna call with the $5 I have out there.
Oh, my bad. I just switched yours in there.
Collin makes the call from the big blind with 7-6 and is going to be the favorite.
I'm just trying to make a real hand, yeah.
All hearts on the board. Bedrock catches up with a pair, but the 7 of hearts is going to get the check mark after the check.
Collin managing to squeak out some value here with a nice little river bet. I know the hand and the action played out super quick, so the players kind of going through the motions, but Collin just recognizing Bedrock probably checking with some kind of showdown value, and Bedrock was willing to pay it off. So good little value bet there.
Finn's in the chat agreeing with your 14K prediction. Thinks that's a good number.
Nice, good to hear. Good at setting the lines.
When is that?
I think it's the 9th through 13th.
Half the table safe in this Nick game. Looks like it's going to be another quick one if things continue this way. $20 straddle is on.
1 million?
For 3,500.
1 day?
No, it's going to be multiple.
Just run good.
Another like weekend. Maybe like 4 days.
Folds all the way around to the button. ATM's got suited cards. He's going to lift it up to 50.
Sounds like you hurt yourself.
King Queen off in the big blind for Cobb. Comes with the 3-bet to 250. Going to get the suited ace out of there. Outlaw with ace-8 of spades. Choosing not to defend. It folds around and Cobb will be safe.
Rat hole? Yeah, you can rat hole.
Can I go south?
I'm just taking a peek. What's wrong with that? You see how you played on Monday? What am I supposed to do? Hot cover?
He's paying Noah off. I'm just paying everybody off.
Yeah. He ain't folding to me.
Oh, man. So bad.
Gonna try to, I'm not bluffing either. I'm just gonna make it big.
I hope Noah's watching right now.
What do you mean? Noah played awesome.
No, but just for that comment.
Oh.
For if you're paying Noah, for paying everyone.
You know how to see the spot. It was just.
Just a cooler. I can't do anything. It's already like 6,000 in the pot. He's asking for 1,800 more. And I'm like, okay, here. Have it. You deserve it.
I told HP the only part of the hand I didn't like was that he wasn't all in on the river.
Exactly.
He really figured it out.
This one folds quickly around to the button. Collin opens with 10-7 suited, makes it 60. Lebluff and HV getting in there from the big blind and straddle. Lebluff with the best of it right now. Pocket fives out of position. HV takes the lead. Bottom two pair. It's looking like that 7-deuce hand earlier, but this time it's 8-deuce with the two pairs. C-bet of 70 from Collin. Gets Lebluff out of the way. And the check raise coming. 250 is the number.
I heard. I like to have been here. We went to Lake Charles and
Check raise and take it. Another player safe. And we are heads up already in the Nick game. Bedrock and Jonathan.
Easy come, easy go so far tonight for HV. And Nick game rapidly approaching a closure yet again. Both players going to be in middle position, so be interested to see how they handle that.
Actually, I think the graphics are incorrect. It's Bedrock and ATM with buttons. Jonathan did get safe.
Okay, yeah, that's correct.
But it is two players.
You can see that right there, and Bedrock with the advantage of being allowed to put on that under the gun straddle, so he will be able to potentially close the action as long as his hand's not too terrible or the action's not too wild.
The real one was.
What did Andrew have when you had
Ace King?
Oh, Ace
He just ripped it in for like infinite big blind.
There was a top vote versus
Versus
quads.
I heard about that.
So nasty.
On Monday?
Yeah, it's on stream, off stream.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it was only in the bigger game.
Yeah.
It's only rigged in the bigger games.
Yeah, it has to be enough.
It was like six-handed setup hand, you know, like kind of online, you know.
Rare limp, but ATM in that Nick game finds suited ace deuce and makes the call. Unfortunately for both of the nit players, Outlaw has two black kings.
They're both going to call, and they're both looking for some low cards and some hearts, which both of them share together. So king's looking pretty great going to this flop, and nothing changes in that way. Obviously, Outlaw out of position to these two players, but both of them having completely whiffed. ATM not even drawing live to a 10. 10 would be good for Outlaw for the king high straight, and he's actually just got it locked up right here.
Can I rattle?
No safety for the two remaining nit buttons today. And not really much they can do unless they want to Hail Mary at this spot. I think Bedrock calling with some devious intentions.
Actually came with a raise there.
Oh, yeah. Bumps it up to 475. Problem for him is that he's repping exactly a 9 and only a 9, and Outlaw beating hands like Queen Jack, beating just one pairs of queens or jacks. He's also got removal to the straight twice. So I think going to be pretty easy for him to continue here.
And choosing to make this call here, he's basically choosing to call Bedrock's stack on the river as well, as SPR is 1-1.
Just as long as the river is nothing too despicable, but I think the ooh, well, you know, that is an unfortunate river card for Outlaw, I gotta say. Any of Bedrock's semi-bluffs have unfortunately just got there, so Bedrock decides to blast it all in.
And he has.
It's gonna be tough for him.
Guess I'll check.
Finding, right? Guess I can bluff now.
Yeah, it's a matter.
I got 175. I got 200, 205.
Fold that, put it.
Sunny tried to bluff somebody who had already tabled their top pair. She tabled it on the turn for some reason. I don't know. Like there's a river coming, and he just goes over the top on the river. She still calls.
Obviously, she's good.
Yeah. Dude, the last flight that they had of the 600, it went until 5 a.m.
5:30.
Yeah.
Did you play it?
Yeah, but I was long gone. I was long gone.
Awful. Yeah. How are you even supposed to play good in it?
And it was Sonny who bubbled too. It was so sick. Oh, really? He went straight to the PLA.
Outlaw in the blender, but he picks up calling chips and makes the call, and unfortunately for Bedrock, he's down another buy-in. Just had about a pot-sized bet behind. And the price was just too
I've
good
never seen a fight go
for the over pair.
over 12 hours. It's insanity.
That's absurd.
Now Outlaw stacking a player.
Well, if everyone else.
Levi, he made the final table.
Yeah,
What's that?
he's a good player. Yeah, he bagged a ton on that. Like, he was in that fight.
Can I get the fruit cup?
He was exhausted.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had a 9, it was a good river.
He didn't
Yeah,
even
yeah,
get, how many, he got like,
I mean,
I guess like 8
with a little
hours
bit of money that I
before
got, I
day
got
2,
it.
right?
Yeah, I got a 9.
Did he get like, he got like 8 hours before day 2,
I know
right?
you are. I was just thinking you would
Like,
think
if it ended
oh, the
at
king
5:30,
yeah.
right? Yeah, that's so sick.
Not the bet out of turn super quick.
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
If you had a 9, you get paid.
We see that. We see that. We obviously
Ace
see
wheel
that.
suited for ATM, and he is in the nit game. Opens to 60 from
We don't see it. We see it.
under the gun, facing the $20 straddle, and now Bedrock with ace king. So the nit game likely to end this hand, as the 2 nits are heads up here. 3-bet to 250 is called.
Pay no mind to those graphics. Jonathan and HV are not in the nit game. It is just Bedrock and ATM left at this point.
Bedrock ordered it, so.
ATM really wanted to get rid of this as he had to pay the nit tax last time, hoping not to be a repeat offender, but gonna be tough to do facing ace king. Going to need some runner action in order to take this spot down.
That's not what you said.
Or 4. 4 would do it too, but
With a cup of ice.
See a little bit of frustration on Bedrock's face here, it seems to me anyway. He's had a couple of bad runouts. C-bet of 225 is called, and now Bedrock has it on lockdown. Hits that king.
Go for it.
Sets the trap by checking it.
Good try though.
On Monday, Outlaws was like, you don't even like take a walk. What are you talking about, man?
475.
Now betting about half pot. 475.
I'm in a lose-lose
Take a
situation.
walk about what?
Yeah, I'm not saying I take one. I'm just saying some people, you know.
Do you think that I need
Yeah,
to
really
walk?
tough spot here for ATM with the ace high.
Poker.
You ever seen that?
He's getting a little bit of extra equity knowing that he would have to pay the nit tax.
I mean, he's only beating like queen high exactly on this board if Bedrock has any bluffs, so doesn't even really have a fantastic bluff catcher anymore with the king of diamonds falling on the turn. Can't even beat combos like king jack, king 10, king queen. Obviously only ahead of Hail Marys like 9-10 suited, queen jack suited, queen 10 off, that sort of thing, so frustrating as it is, I think ATM is just going to have to part ways with his 225 as opposed to adding an extra 475 to that number.
You could profit like a year out.
You got a train?
The only thing that might get Bedrock paid is the check on the turn. But like you said, even if Bedrock had a small pair like 4s or...
What's those or whatever, but
I mean, that's good. He could have ace deuce off and be good, right? There's just, most of the bluffs that ATM would try and bluff catch in this situation are not applicable on this board.
That's been so easy.
Makes the good laydown, and he will see it because Bedrock has to show to get safe. And unfortunately for ATM, he loses the second nit game in a row. Gonna have to put in the 125 splash pot.
Probably going to.
It's 225.
Or 225 rather.
But the good news is, if you're going to lose a nit game, it's better to do it now than to do it later. The nit game ramping up nowadays in our modern iteration of the game, as opposed to just a static tax for the whole night or a individual payout to every player. Instead, we prefer to do things in the form of a splash pot, so you have a chance to win your money back, even if you lose the nit game. But as the night goes on, they will usually increment that amount by $25 a round. So first tax was $200, next tax $225, continuing up for as many nit games as we can squeeze in tonight.
Tired. Texting every freaking week and nobody replies. And then
20 straddle on for the splash pot. ATM gonna try to get his own money back with that
last one, you just message the group chat.
straddle.
That's crazy.
He's texting
Couple of limpers in late position. ATM
He's got him
has
again.
got the 8s again. Will he make quads again?
I get individual text for heads up though.
Raises to 180. Might just end it right here. Nope. ATM with King 10. Definitely gonna at least peel the flop.
Oh, I got to watch that at 2K.
Yeah.
I got to watch that one. I woke up. Ethan called me. I wake up, and then I'm like, "What are we doing, man?"
Lebluff gets in there too, and now Outlaw getting a great price.
Unfortunate.
And in position will also see the flop with 6-4.
And close in action on the button.
I tried some revenge heads up, like for Ethan, you know, at one stake lower because I also lost.
Weird. I thought it was Portugal playing heads up.
It's going to be a pretty good flop for ATM, though, gotta say.
Yeah, I like his chances of getting the splash money back.
Andrew's
Just
expenses
flopping
are,
the
but we're
absolute
certainly
joint here. Everybody else drawing extremely
paying.
thin.
Going a good place.
Lebluff with a 10 in his hand.
We should get invited to their graduation.
Top pair and open-ended. Probably going to be feeling pretty good about this flop as well, but he's basically drawn to chop or needs running full house cards. He does make the call.
Just had a bad feeling about the turn. It sounds so stupid because I was just thinking in my head, how are we going to find a way to chop this pot up? And that's how. ATM is going to absolutely throw up seeing this. Really sad turn. And chop it up, gentlemen.
No. Oh, man.
Nuts. It's so lucky.
Oh.
Trips.
Adding insult to injury. Another king.
Stop playing your hand like that, man.
Man, how did the low card?
We all know what you have when you do that shit. You see I just know your hand? Think nobody knows?
I thought it was for sure.
Finally.
Early look at some of the VPIP numbers. Small sample size, 45 minutes in, but look at these numbers, half the table at 50% or above. It's going to be a fun night tonight. And a look at the standings. HV up almost 4,000. Bedrock down 33. Lebluff and Outlaw both up over 1,000 as well. Wild game right from the start. Living up to the Wild Wednesday title.
More action sure to come with the Nick game being reactivated right away. Love to see that.
Showing his hand,
Nice
man, saying that to me.
He's a showman.
I'm gonna slow roll Collin from now on.
For what?
What have I done?
announced
You
my
had
hand.
ace-10 there.
Yeah.
That would have been worse.
What have I done? You're the one who's out of
You
line.
said ace on the diamonds.
I had the best
I knew I
hand.
might have been behind. I didn't think it was that.
You couldn't have thought of it. You were definitely behind.
Apparently not that far behind.
Not that far.
Yeah. It was right there. That's right.
Yeah. Didn't come on the river.
No sweat. No wait.
Can't believe you guys didn't run it twice.
Is that a serious straddle call?
Oh, you always want.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
ooh, I thought so.
Unless the
I
pot.
don't know. When it's up, maybe when it's over here, it's a little more serious.
If people want to be twice, I don't think that works.
Your straddle looks serious. I think this is the serious straddle. Four in a row.
I was gonna do that. Good hand.
And no resistance for Bedrock to start off the next version of the Nick game. Just kings taking it down nice and easy.
Make a set.
They do what they want.
I had the other king.
They tried to come to you.
I think everybody is.
Han normally never plays with us, right?
Who?
Han.
No.
And he never will again, apparently, after that one.
That was my first time playing with him. I've never played.
After the stream. Or
Talk
Thursday?
about that hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that hand, Collin?
Wait,
Matt.
that bad.
It's just funny. It's so funny. Splash pot. Matt goes bet, bet, bet. He's all in on the river, and he's heads up with Han. It's 10 high board. Han's just thinking.
Heads up for the answer?
No, it's the splash pot. Sorry, splash pot. Yeah, but they're heads up in the.
Deflated.
Yeah, they're heads up in the pot. Matt's all in on the river. Han's thinking it over, thinking it over. Finally flicks in the call. Matt turns over his hand. He has 9s. He's like, you win.
Oh, I have.
Han chose the second pair, the no good second pair. and that was his last hand too. Han announced the last hand. He's like, picks up and leaves. Just so sick.
My bad. I thought he was a little bit of a
That was a
nose.
great time.
He was out of line the other day, too.
Still almost called too. It defends so wide, but.
I mean, there was not even a hint of a slow roll. There was just an assumption if he's calling that he's beat, you know?
Yeah.
We made off call.
No, I showed right away. I flipped it.
Yeah, I mean,
But it was
he said it was an emotional slow.
Yeah, that's what
that was
he did say that. That's funny. You emotionally slow. That's fair.
You get a real meal, buddy.
60.
Is it kid meal?
Collin going to be getting aggressive with the Queen 8 offsuit. Choosing the right time to do it. ATM perhaps a bit light with this open, and Collin will just take it down.
9 10 o'clock?
Oh my.
Oh, I had that beat.
Oh.
I had that beat.
You got a 4-bet there.
Yeah.
Even with the 8, like, flipped up? Oh, that's fancy.
Sick.
It's a nit game. You got to put it all in with 6-3 up to 2
Yeah.
against kings.
We might need to
Doesn't matter what it
we
is.
might need to change the channel.
It's okay, let's just leave it. One time.
I don't want to see me lose.
Let's do the one for Monday.
The bucket? The bucket house? Yeah, let's go to
Okay,
Monday.
no, I don't wanna see it.
Let's go like halfway on the Monday stream,
No,
please.
I don't want to see it, please. It's just,
I can just give you HV histories from the Monday post.
post stream?
Yeah, just give the HV post histories.
So
You didn't even do anything. You only played 2 hands, essentially.
Yeah, they got fucking wrecked.
Yeah. Happens.
The 2 hand I played was King Chop and then Ace King. Blue.
Kings was almost good. So the ace in the win.
Should have gone once and gone home.
Yeah, that'd be better. That's put me out of my misery. Quick.
Bluff looking down at King Queen suited. Most certainly going to be raising this one up. And now it is Big Slick suited, Ace King of Spades for Outlaw in the +1 straddle.
With Ace King.
Open 3-bet, 4-bet, King 5-bet shot.
Yeah. You got it, you got it.
I got it.
Well, you didn't.
In that spot now.
Outlaw clicking it up with the 4-bet, 5:25 to go. Frustrating situation again for Bedrock, who opened this one up, but
Yeah, I didn't realize we were playing 10-25.
thankfully he got rid of his nip button nice and early, so there won't be as much of a fuss for him this time.
Yeah, we were playing 10-25. I don't know why I keep thinking it was like.
And Lebluff currently dominated by the Ace-King suited. Wonder how he's going to choose to play back an Outlaw here, or if he's just going to let it go.
It was sick.
I'm so heated myself.
He does just relinquish it. Best hand shown.
Not much,
I mean,
but I
that's
just couldn't,
in
I
that
just
game.
couldn't get it. Like I first got there and I was doing all right, and then I got coolered by the guy that
gave his stack to.
He's behind, right?
Was in seat 4.
No, he wasn't behind. I was I'm glad I got to see it.
Glasses on.
Oh, yeah. I was probably good for that.
I had
Yes,
ace-3
yeah.
suited.
Oh, that'd be
So
interesting.
that's-
I got him.
He's got kings.
But there are hands that he would,
Oh,
and they're
Turn queen,
It's
river
about for you
queen.
to 5 bet right there.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah.
Whatever. I lose that hand.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
I ended up losing like $300,
Yeah.
but I just couldn't get a hand on this guy.
Yeah.
Even his pocket jacks.
Everybody else was
tough
getting
spot.
fucking.
Yeah, I know. I
Even
was like
pocket queens.
super card dead, but then what it all took was one hand, you know?
No, not
just
those.
top.
Those are goals.
Just
That's what I was
get it
waiting
in.
on, man.
Yeah.
You got it.
It's not 20 on. I got my new button.
Some of those guys were doing very interesting things and just still running like God. It was
Yes.
crazy.
Yes.
I'd look over and there'd be like more 5K chips.
Sad.
It was crazy to say.
60.
That's TCH.
Yeah. It was 1-3. It was literally a 1-3 game. And like 4 of us were at least 7K deep.
On Monday?
Sunday.
ATM
Or
pumping
actually, I
it
guess
up
wasn't
again with the
Monday, it was
ace-4.
Straddling at least.
Everybody except
But
one guy.
unfortunately,
So
Cobb waking up with
Except
another
one guy.
3-bettable hand, King Jack
that one guy
offsuit.
turned 800 into like 4K.
3-betting
Doing
ATM
very
yet again.
interesting things.
Good for him.
He put in the min 4 bet with 4s, which I still don't
Yep,
understand
to
why.
400.
No, it was not.
That
It
would
was
have
not.
been sick. The min for
But he was closing the action. He decided to reopen.
Fade flop here for Cobb, going to flop the best hand here on the Queen Jack high board. Excellent flop for his 3-betting range pre as well, so going to be pretty easy to continue. But Cobb going to choose to just check it on over. He's got some showdown value.
That's how you turn 800 into 4K.
Lets ATM begin to bluff at it, but already uncomfortable position for him here.
He's nasty.
Not going to be making the fold just yet. Definitely worth continuing.
I saw you there for PLO. Is that?
Just for fun.
Yeah. I thought you were gonna hop in the tournament now.
I don't play PLO very much. I don't want to. I lost one really big spot with a boat. I flopped a boat, and the other guy got there.
Yeah.
700.
Good old PLO.
I died with boats.
Big double barrel here from ATM, putting maximum pressure on Cobb's 1-pair holding. 2-pair technically, but
Single suited aces with 5-5 as my kicker, and the flop 6-6.
big pressure being applied, and I think as played,
So you had a redraw.
wonder what Cobb's going to end up doing. Doesn't really have that much behind his stack, so going to have to really think about this one. Take a nice sip of the iced coffee, think over the decision.
6 with
My
2
hand
over.
is like freezing. I have to put it
Death.
just went to midstream.
Queen.
Lots of ATM's double barrels here include
Like,
combo draws,
I always
hearts.
get running notes. I play this.
Not super often will ATM have a 3 in this spot with the double barrel. Most likely holding going to be a queen of some sort, going for value.
Aces are just willing to get it in.
So either a queen or some kind of combo draw might be going through Cobb's head at the moment.
Yeah.
His hand is currently ahead of some of those holdings,
I mean,
but
almost like, heaps.
definitely not fun to be facing this double barrel with just jacks and 3s, king kicker.
I lost like a.
I've lost more at 1 through 6.
Yeah, I lost a really big spot.
But Cobb really thinking through this, and I think he's going to end up making some kind of call here. He's counted out the chips and has them in front of him. Cobb does make the call on the turn, but that tank's going to give ATM a lot of information. Cobb either Hollywooding pretty heavily or just not comfortable with his decision. So, not a fan of that spot. And wow, doesn't matter. ATM makes the best hand on the river. Pretty sick spot. Goes from bluffing to having it here. And I think ATM just has to know that Cobb was super uncomfortable with his decision on the turn, so it's a great shove for value here. No reason to check back. Cobb not happy with the decision to call on the turn means that he's not going to be super strong as played. Would have very quickly called with a hand like ace queen. More likely to have called more quickly with a hand like ace jack.
Great
Despite Cobb being the preflop aggressor, the only hand he could have called with here that would have been uncomfortable with on the turn that improves to beat ATM on the river would be something like ace king high, but
I beat 9-10 of hearts.
yeah, Cobb talking through one of the combos he was thinking about.
Yeah, you got
Oh my god.
Cobb making good calls on the flop and turn, but not so on the river. And he is going to make the correct fold at the right time. Just unfortunate to see that.
Gotta fold that.
on the river, yeah. No, I was planning on calling a brick. I almost jammed turn, actually.
I was snap calling. I knew it was coming.
He can't afford to lose another nip on. He'll be excommunicated.
The reason I didn't jam turn is because I didn't think he would ever bluff river for 800 more. Which is kind of how I knew that wasn't a bluff. Because that'd be suicidal.
I'm suicidal.
Have you not seen him lose?
At this point, you might.
I would bet everything I own. I was jamming the last.
I was jamming.
You have it. You have it.
Yep.
I think he jams any river. I don't think he goes like fuck.
I mean, he folds out better ace high, I guess. That's about it.
I was hoping for a 4.
Yeah.
4 no good.
Yeah, but I'm jamming.
You jam a 4 too.
Jonathan going to be lifting this one up, and Bedrock will defend.
All right, that makes me feel better.
Maybe
Low board, king high.
No, jump it and then.
Going to be decent for Jonathan's range here. Bedrock with the best hand. Backdoor draws. Backdoor clubs, backdoor straight working in his favor. Will make the call.
I did not want to lose the third net, guys.
You don't want to do that.
No.
It's going to be a bad
I've been there.
reputation.
Yeah.
Best hand does improve and get better
Yeah, that
here.
would have been nice, but that's no
Bedrock picking up a pair of
Because you
threes.
get the rest of it. I can get.
Jonathan improving to a
Okay.
gut shot straight draw.
I would have liked that.
Straight to the 6 if he makes it on the turn. And Jonathan going big here, potting it on the turn, going quite polar. Over pot actually, 250. Bedrock, non-believer of the pot-sized barrel, is going to make the call with just a pair of threes.
I'm only mad
River falls and changes
I'm
nothing.
only mad that I didn't check the same turn.
You look like you wanted
Wonder
to.
how serious Jonathan is about playing to his image here.
Yeah,
It's hard to do with that with a jack though.
Yeah.
Be perceived by some players on this table as being slightly
I
tighter.
do wonder. I mean, yeah,
And he
obviously
is going to unload the flip, sizing down just a little, going 550 here.
calling behind and it
Right,
you have to have like a combo.
Bedrock just susses that out really quickly, makes a great call with just a pair of threes.
What?
Nice work here from Bedrock.
Sick.
Great work from Bedrock to sniff out that bluff. He didn't even have a nip button, but still felt the need to make the call, and it was correct. Showing the young gun how it's done.
Something like that. I think I would have played it over. You're like, oh, you'll play it. I was like, all right. It was good to go home. Especially if the weather was going to get worse, we definitely need to leave.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it slowed down.
No. There's a ton of lightning this morning. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I had the lightning alarm this morning.
I love taking naps.
5:45 a.m. or something like that.
My kid woke up at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Cobb opening this one with pocket 4s, makes it 60. HV defending the big blind with 5s is going to be in good shape. Jonathan in there as well, though, with 10-8. And he'll pick up top pair.
Where it works. They were there during the rain. Like, cut a hole in the fence, everything.
Yeah, Cobb super short stacked after that pretty big pot against ATM, so easy for him to get it all in the future here. Probably not with this exact hand, mind you, but definitely possible.
Yeah.
ended up going to the office.
Probably wanting to put in some kind of bet to deny equity from overcards with the force here.
He set it off and he ran.
Oh wow.
Barely.
What do you even steal from the HVAC place? Just equipment?
He ended up getting nothing, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
They found everything. He dropped it when he was running away.
HV's call there is going to make it tough for Jonathan with the best hand.
I think they have like a lot of copper.
All three of these players still have a nip button, so I wouldn't be surprised if Jonathan also is going to peel here. Cobb stab doesn't necessarily seem that strong. Checked flop, bets on the turn, but really nothing crazy going on for Cobb's pre-flop range on this board. Another 8's going to make it very unlikely that Jonathan will ever fold for the remainder of this hand, but it's also unlikely that anybody else bets. I think it's probably going to be checked through.
2 pair.
8. Suck down.
Snap checked through on the river.
10-8, feeling great.
Jonathan picking up a nice pot, a little bit of revenge for his previous pot against Bedrock.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And safe in the Nick game. 3 players left. Collin, Cobb, and HV with buttons.
Good news for Cobb is he's really short stacked, so if he picks up anything sizable, he can just get it in here. Should be pretty easy.
We had the world's dumbest criminal.
It kind of depends on if you want that action or not. I assume he does.
He came in and brought some comics to sell, and we require an ID, and he didn't have an ID with him, but he gave us all of his contact stuff. But we didn't. And he said he was going to come back the next day. This is right at closing, and so at the end of the day, every day we take all the big books off the wall.
Yeah.
So one of the guys was taking the wall down while all this was going on, and the guy stole some books out of the box and split. So we had it on camera. We saw it the next
And you have his
morning.
stuff.
Well, we didn't have his stuff. He took it with him, but he still wanted to get paid for his stuff. So he shows back up. We had already called the cops and everything. He showed back up, and the cops are in the store when he gets there.
5s again for HV. Outlaw opening with my hand. 7-4 diamonds. Makes it 80 to go. HV calling and Cobb getting in there with Queen 9. Let's go 7-4.
HV running it back with the 5, see if he has any better luck this time. And he does. Flops middle set here with the 5s. 7-4 with some backdoors, as they usually do have.
It's going to need a lot of help.
That's like the MO for...
Yeah, this is a pretty dry, disconnected flop. Most turns are going to change the status of the hand very often, and Outlaw's not really going to connect super often, so I would have loved to see it just call there from HV on the turn, given the static nature of the board, but HV choosing a fast play, and Outlaw's probably just going to let go of his hand.
Yeah, we've had all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff happening.
People trying to sell stolen stuff, things like that. That's stuff too.
People trying to sell stolen stuff,
Damn it, Outlaw. Airballing.
I think HV fine with it, just trying to get rid of his nip button.
Good read.
Yeah. I assume you're in like the...
That was a perfect setup for
talk
you,
about like
HV.
things that are stolen and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If I have anything...
Nice try with 7-4.
Yeah.
Oh, you went out?
Heads up now in the Nick game. Collin and Cobb.
Do you ever get people trying to sell you like fake stuff?
Fake autograph stuff. I don't
Oh,
deal
yeah.
a lot in autographs though, so it's not a problem. And with old comics, it's real tough. Sports cards, it's a lot worse. I don't do sports cards.
250?
We've had people bring fake
250.
Pokemon cards.
It's bad with
200, 225, 250.
Perfect.
But we have a big problem with stolen stuff. Like people bring stuff in that they stole from the shops.
Oh,
People
wow.
bring in toys to sell us that they're ripping off out of the back of Target, things like that. Yeah, and
I have...
Don't even look, Cobb.
exactly.
I can't buy your
Don't even look, Cobb.
I don't really, but if it's like...
Look at one. Look at one for
8 deuce off,
starters.
I'm not doing
Yeah.
that.
Look at one for starters, you know, just so if it's a good one, you don't have to sweat.
Yeah, don't even look at that. I could debatably jam on that one.
Cobb slapping it.
I say don't even look.
Ace wheel suited for Lebluff. This is the splash pot.
Boy, every time it seems like the button's on you when the
No, that's not true.
Thought it was heads up in the Nick game, but apparently
He'll
not.
show you 8s.
Splash money in the middle. HV opening from the button here with Queen 10 makes it 180 to go.
Did I tell you that I lost to a player who was blind in one of the bullets that I fired?
No.
He didn't announce it, but I was like, I swear this guy.
Collin in the straddle. Ace-9 suited makes the
I
call.
call him off for 20 bigs.
And Lebluff as well with his suited ace.
Flop 2 pair.
Outlaw closing the action with 5-6.
I guess. So sick.
Queen 10, highest share of equity at the moment, but
7 total. I mean,
most likely to change on the flop.
I missed a flight. I mean, I was averaging like only 1 bullet per flight. Like that's surprisingly low.
Top pair for the Queen 10. Collin, though, open-ended with backdoor spades, and Lebluff the nut flush draw.
Yeah, lots of interesting hands here.
Outlaw open-ended too. Crazy, everybody hits.
Yeah, clubs though right away for Lebluff, holding the nuts in this pot, and Collin turning his open-ended straight draw into a bluff, hoping not to run into pretty much exactly this.
All down, like on the first flight, it's just all downhill.
Unlikely to see continues from Outlaw and HV at this point. HV with the top pair, but being got into and called from earlier position, not very likely this hand is good.
Let's say I got
possible,
lost a huge pot and then bagged like
lots of uncomfortable rivers for him. I think he knows that too.
I don't really. I
He will make the call.
It's a lot of work. Like it's not fun.
Dream scenario for Lebluff in position with the nuts. Bad river card for him though.
Yeah, not so dreamy river here. Going to be difficult for him to hang around at this point and get more value from the other 2 players.
You cannot show up.
HV does make top 2, but with 4 clubs out there, he's unlikely to call.
Yeah, unless Collin was willing to fire a Hail Mary, he's not really likely to get anything from anyone else.
Something like that.
Especially when he leads out this river for Tiny. HV knows he's improved, but pretty bad river, all things considered.
Such a grind to get there.
With the splash pot money in there, HV is getting a great price, but with 2 opponents and 4 clubs on board, even top 2 pairs, tough to call with.
I mean, it's in his name, but really, what bluffs does Ben have here at this point? Calls the pretty big lead on the turn, leads into the field on the river for small, just screams of a high club, so gonna have to be an easy fold. Obviously, Collin not considering calling with ace high. He's seeing if he can pull off the rebluff on the bluff. Of course, that is not going to happen. Or rather, it won't work if it does happen. Let me rephrase. Let's see, the fastest call of the evening.
Yeah, only 1 combination of cards could possibly beat Lebluff.
Bluff. That's not bluff. That's not bluff.
500 in the CK.
He's going to show the 4 of clubs, of course.
I don't know.
I had Jack 3 off.
You would have won.
What's the other card? Jack as well?
Which one? You peeled the Jack first.
It was the spade.
You peeled the Jack first, right?
Yeah. And I was like,
you almost
check the other offsuit there. Threes were good.
I guess like the threshold for just looking at one is maybe like a queen or higher.
Yeah.
Because obviously an ace, just don't even bother checking the other one. Like you get to sweat it. Yeah.
I'm just going all day, and probably a king. Queen's probably the better one.
Nick game right back on.
I know, like in ultimate Texas Hold'em, I'll do this shot.
Yeah,
it's like
any ace you go with.
You probably want to do top 50% hands, and that starts at like Jack 10 off, Queen 8 off, King 6 off. So Queen 8 would be the top half.
Suited King 9 under the gun for Lebluff. Just gonna limp in.
Fucking rolling in that damn money, huh?
HV and Bedrock also limping. And Jonathan from the small blind will raise it to 120, King Queen. Collin 3 bets to 375 with ace 4 offsuit from the straddle.
You're gone dead on the turn.
Probably.
Yeah.
Shit.
Jonathan out of position here, so call not the most enticing option. Really no idea where you'll be at on the flop if you choose to play this hand out of position, so 4-bet or fold, and we do take the path of least resistance this time.
Oh.
Too much. Too much disrespect.
Collin, first player safe in the new Nick game.
It would have worked.
You never know that. You never know that.
Or 6 bets with up bet.
I've seen the 9-4 before. Ace-4 is pretty good.
Ace-4's the top. It's my favorite hand.
9-4?
Ace-4.
Oh, opposite though.
Yeah, I believe that.
It has to be opposite though.
He's not lying.
Suited is too nutty.
Opposite.
Suited is too nutty.
Suited, he would have 4-bet me. I would have folded.
I believe it. Ace-5 of clubs. Oh my god. Welcome to the game. Yeah, sure, we'll run it twice.
Pocket kings under the gun for Outlaw. Opens to 60.
Usually in this game, when someone's thinking about a decision, it's because they're thinking about 3-betting, and Jonathan's got ace-jack offsuit to do it.
Quickly folds back to Outlaw. And what kind of sizing do you go with when you've got a monster but you're out of position?
I mean, usually the standard philosophy would be something closer to 3x. A full 3x makes some sense. Outlaw is going to proceed with just a call, though, and this is a pretty clean maneuver. Got a monster, and I think the main reason he's chosen not to 3-bet here, or 4-bet rather, is just because of Jonathan's remaining stack that he has behind. Jonathan not terribly deep compared to the rest of the players in the game. Now, that is a sad outcome for Outlaw for sure. Going check on the flop, under-repped his kings the entire way throughout this hand, and Jonathan just drills the turn on him. I don't really think Outlaw's done anything wrong this hand. If he 4-bets to a sizing, let's call it 600, Jonathan's not going to have a terrible lot behind and might not feel the need to call with any of his 3-bet bluffs. So, Outlaw choosing to try and play a line that would get max value from Jonathan post-flop, but not going to work unless we drill one of the last 2 black kings in the deck. Only one of those, though. Doesn't find it. Ugly run out for the kings for lots of reasons. Very connected. Ace high as well. Just about as poor as it gets. So Outlaw would have to turn his hand into some kind of strange semi-bluff here if he wants to get Jonathan off of ace-jack, but I don't know how possible that is.
4-liner on board. Neither player loving that.
I mean, Outlaw's pretty confident that his kings are no good at this point in the hand. I think he's going to check and take that showdown value, but knows he could have bluffed at the hand if he wanted to. Don't know if it would have worked, though.
Wow.
Guess we'll never know, but will be a nice little pot for Jonathan.
Lost the minimum, but it still doesn't feel good to lose with kings.
Going for the trappy maneuver pre-flop.
No, this is a 3-bet pot. I trapped.
Of
course. Almost. Seemed kind of fancy. Our kings into a blow.
That was pretty fancy.
It was. Like 600 on the river.
I would not have been happy.
That could be good.
That's just 60.
HV opening this one with ace queen. Gets 3 callers, 4 ways to the flop. He hits it top, and Bedrock also flopping that top pair. So
yeah, bad news for Bedrock here. The only saving grace for him may be that this bet is not too large, but this pot is going to get a great deal more expensive on blank turns and blank rivers. But Lebluff, with a combo he could continue with, does decide against it with the gut shot.
Nick should have got swept.
Outlaw with just a pair of 8s will also continue and make the call. Again, rough spot for Outlaw because a king would also be no good. That would be Jin for Bedrock. So both players left in the hand drawing extremely thin.
Championship? Oklahoma's going to be favored. Oklahoma, I mean,
Only hand that's improved to beat HV at this point would be the 5-6, so he is going to check. And again, another fairly unfavorable run out for HV. Backdoor hearts making it in.
they're young.
One-liner to a straight on board, but HV will just take it down with the ace-queen.
Classic unhappy HV after winning.
Yeah.
That was a good river, both of us.
When he played a tournament on the first
HV now
range, he's
safe.
just walking around like muttering to himself. He's so mad. I checked the chip counts. He's chip leading. HV. He's he's muttering about some hand. He's chip leading. He's just he's already gotten a double on.
Maybe if
I was
Caleb's
trying to figure out what Caleb called.
He did bubble. He bubbled on Saturday.
He didn't. He didn't.
There was a lot
He was
for you to
close.
bet
But
on.
he didn't. Stone bubbling is much worse. Like bubbling sucks, obviously, but
Yeah, but stone.
stone bubbling is
If
just
he folds, I would call.
anything's a bubble,
that's what I'm
you know,
saying.
but like
I know how
stone
to
bubble.
check
I've told this many times, but I stone bubbled a Sadie, and the other two people didn't even know that that was the bubble.
Oh, that was the broad
Like they were like,
poker all
wait,
around.
we don't get any more cards? We're not playing anymore?
Max value. Right there. Max
I was over there like just sweating so hard. I wanted a $1,000 ticket.
It's a weird turn.
They didn't even care. They were just there to play.
Relaxed.
Yeah. That's the secret.
Bedrock trying to get rid of that nid button. Opens in early position with 10-8 suited. Collin 3-bets with ace-9 suited, and then Lebluff comes with the 4-bet from the small blind. Ace-king for him makes it 600 to go. Bedrock getting sticky.
Yeah, willing to make the call here. I think that's going to give Collin the right price to chase his spades. Obviously, knowing that ace-9 suited is no good, he can basically turn his hand into a flush mining operation. It will make the fold. I think that's the right play in theory. That is what I would do too, to be fair, but wouldn't begrudge him for calling with the price he was getting. And a unfortunate flop for Collin after the fold, but Bedrock kind of connecting with this board in some ways. He's got backdoor cards, lots of cards that can give him gut shots and open-ended straight draws on the turn. Backdoor clubs working in his favor as well. Doesn't have anything right now, but neither does Lebluff. So if Bedrock is able to make this call on the flop, there's going to be very few comfortable turns for Lebluff in the deck, except for maybe one of the few kings or aces left in the deck. King of clubs would be a fun card, but instead it is the deuce of spades, so some additional help to Lebluff. Bedrock now only drawing to his pairs. But Lebluff not comfortable with getting looked up, given the fact that Bedrock opened in the +1 position and flat called a 4-bet after a 3-bet was already placed. I'm kind of shocked that Bedrock has checked back this turn. He's got absolutely no showdown value here with his 10-8. Bedrock's range should be pretty strong, and he actually checks it back. I wonder if there was some kind of card reader there, reader error, because that I'm surprised he chose to not bluff at that hand at either point. Can't beat anything with 10 high in a 4-bet pot, but Lebluff is going to take it down all the same.
Yeah, Bedrock might just be tired of getting called down.
Yeah, totally fair.
Summer Jam coming up the end of June. We're going to have a little mini series of tournaments starting on Friday, June 27th with a 50K guaranteed one-day tournament, and then we'll have a multi-flight that entire weekend, 100K guaranteed on that. And then a last chance PKO, 15 guaranteed on that Sunday. That's June 27th, 8th, and 9th.
I'm here. People talk about poker strategy. They're like, yeah, and then like you think about the turns and rivers that are coming
Dealer
up.
change again. Patrick going out and Evan coming back in. Two of the best.
I'm like, whoa, look at that turn.
We're lucky to have some of the best dealers in the entire country right here at Champions Club, and you can come experience that at any time. 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South here in Houston, Texas. This weekend would be a good time to do it. We've got a 100K guaranteed Monster Stack tournament on Saturday. $400 buy-in, one-day event, 100K guaranteed. And then Sunday from noon to 8, we're just going to be giving away money. Every half hour, $500 drawing. Anybody playing in our cash game is eligible to win. Hot seat drawing every 30 minutes, $500. Come on down Sunday and play at Champions from noon to 8.
But I probably had a better hand than you.
I'm sure you did. Mine was 10 high.
Richard was ready to gamble. All right, never mind.
Did you have Collin? did you have Collin's hand?
We might have had the same hand.
No, you didn't have the Collin hand. You did a pair.
Oh yeah, true.
We kind of almost
Yeah, that worked out.
The new Collin hand is the King 8.
Queen 8.
Double board Omaha bomb pot coming up here.
That was pocket jacks.
Every player gets 4 cards. They have ante $25 each. There will be no betting before the flop.
That was pocket jack the second.
2 boards will be coming out, and then it's a split pot game from there.
Hardest to play. And Andrew wouldn't give me
Must play 2 cards from your hand, 3 cards from each of the boards.
Sorry, buddy.
Double suited queens for Bedrock. Hopefully he'll get a favorable flop here for a nice looking hand.
You were more upset than I was.
I was. I pay off the 1800.
Not great for that hand. Hearts, 2 hearts on each board, so a heart draw would be good to have.
I checked a long time ago.
And it looks like the only heart draw is in Lebluff's hand. He's got only 8 high though.
Get side action on this one. Should ask Caleb.
HV has flopped a set of 9s on the top board. Also has a small spade draw for that bottom board, so a decent hand to scoop. Bedrock with queen high spades on that bottom board. He'll get out of the way. Outlaw betting has made the straight on the top board and has a gut shot on the bottom board. 2 gut shots actually, 7-5 working with that 3-4 and the queen 10 working with the ace king. Folds around to Lebluff. He's got the hearts on both boards. But again, it's pretty small heart draw. Might be a little nervous about it, but looks like he's going to go ahead and call. So 3 players going to the river. And HV is going to scoop it. 9's full on top, and he makes the little spades on the bottom.
I don't like about whatever the board pairs is. I'm not a fan for some reason.
And when you have top side, never pass.
Yeah, I guess that's why it's a fun game.
Going to go almost full pot here. And it's going to be tough for Outlaw to call. Just a straight on that paired board.
Flush. Full house. Full and flush.
I had 6-3.
Scoop.
You had 9-6? You had big lick?
I know. But then I make straight on both and I have to pay.
I would have flush and
Where'd you show? 3 what? 3, 8?
No.
9 full and 5-8 space.
Nice hand.
You want to pay me to, yeah, you switch, right? I would feel better with my flush because it's pair the board on the bottom. But kind of happy it's pair on the top. I love bomb hot now.
Back to the Hold'em game. Action folding to the hijack, $20 straddle on. Collin opens to 60 with sixes, and Lebluff waking up to kings. He's actually in the small blind. The graphics have the button in the wrong spot. Collin will defend. Kings still in the lead. Collin will defend, looking for a 6. Board pairs. Lebluff going for a little more value here, leads out for 350. About 3/4 pot. Collin will not give him any extra money. And Lebluff actually already safe in the Nick game, doesn't have to show that one. $20 straddle on, action folds to Lebluff. On the button this time, he raises to 60 with Jack 7.
300.
And a quick 3-bet from Outlaw with Queen 10 in the small blind. Non-believer. 3 bets to 300. He'll be safe.
And he was right not to believe, but you know.
Yeah, this particular time.
Still have yet to see any massive, massive clashes since that big pot to start the stream off. But I believe that is a pink chip that was just added onto Collin's stack, so...
Indeed it is.
Collin definitely looking to play some big pots as he does most nights.
Collin does now.
Not adhering to the match the stack exactly, as Collin now has more chips than anybody on the table. That's okay. These guys don't mind.
Yeah, I don't think this is an intentional thing that he's doing. He is just trying to get more chips on the table, which is fair enough.
And he probably only had one.
Maybe we should just do 136 now. 7, 2, 5, 10. I think we should cap the game.
Folds all the way through to the blinds. Bedrock with King Jack suited in the big blind opens to 75. Oh, he's going to run into it. Both of the straddles with better hands. 3-bet from Jonathan with ace-4 suited. And now ATM looking down at queens in the big straddle.
I think 1-3, maybe.
And Bedrock's going to feel like he's getting picked on here.
For sure.
Not being picked on. Queens definitely good enough to put in the 4-bet. You can see the look of regret in Jonathan's eyes right now for putting in the 3-bet. Gonna decide how to proceed now, but even in some more bluff-heavy configurations, it's hard to find that many 4-bet bluffs. Jonathan just jams it all in, and he's gonna get the horrible news from ATM snapped off. He is drawing live, but feels pretty bad to get snapped off when you put it in with a bluff like that. Gonna be tough to win this one now. Top set for ATM on the first flop. They're gonna be running it twice, and even worse news for Jonathan. He's just wasted one of his outs. ATM now has quads, so another high hand announced for the room. Quad queens on one run out. Jonathan looking for some more low cards, some clubs, or an ace, and there's 2 clubs on the second run out.
Potential chop.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jackpot.
8.
4.
Doesn't come, and the queens are going to be good for a full double up on 2 boards and the high hand bonus as well.
He got like 3, yeah.
He had more than 3.
No, I'm just happy.
Good lay down.
What a hand for ATM.
I'm just gonna stay quiet from now on. I don't want to say anything.
No, I had king jack of spades.
Oh, okay.
So that was flop a
Yes.
boatload of equity. And,
Okay. Deal. I can't, no.
and I had a knit
only have
button,
the
so I'm
pink chip.
thinking, they just making a play against a knit button.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I'll change. Yeah, you need yellows?
Yeah.
Another baby girl.
Yeah, you have yellows, right?
Jonathan looking for some change here.
Of course, Caleb have like thousands of yellows in his bag.
I do.
Just put it out.
Oh, what's that one? Oh, it's
Flash.
just out here. That was like, never seen that.
Oh, perfect.
Why you put 55?
Someone else can give him some change. Yeah. There you go. Leave one here. I can get this.
Yeah, throw one to.
And it's that point in the night where everybody's starting to bust out the big octagon chips.
Okay, then I got you.
Purples, yellows, and pinks now in full effect on this table.
You need to.
Like, it occurred to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, those pink chips worth $5,000 each. Yellows are 1K.
I mean, you can just stick up like.
Folds around to the blinds again, and again Bedrock opening, this time with ace-3 suited. Collin will defend from the straddle with 9-10 of clubs. Bedrock will be in good shape going into this flop, but out of position. He is also heads up in the knit game with Cobb right now.
Queens. I never see you lose.
Connects.
Today there was a short. Saw you that Queens versus Kings against.
And Collin's got just the type of hand that he can look to put in some kind of raise or call with. Lots and lots of backdoor outs available with the jack of clubs on the board as well. 3 of clubs going to be an action card for sure. Trip 3s for Bedrock, but the flush draw now available for Collin.
Ace King too.
Ace 4 also.
What about King 10 offsuit?
I will just do the...
8 of diamonds on the river. No good for Collin. He's got nothing but 10 high in a dream at this point, and Bedrock's got triple 3s. Yeah, quick fold here from Collin, not able to defend, and Cobb gonna have to pay out the knit tax.
That's a good turn.
Another quick knit game.
River flush draw with the trip.
It's a good turn for me.
Is that the 4th one tonight?
I think so. We're
Yeah, that
an
was number
hour and
4.
40 minutes in. That's pretty
darn good.
Yeah, looks like 275, so
I'm feeling good about my big pot prediction now that I'm seeing all the chips getting added onto the table. Lots of players real deep at this point now.
yeah, several $6,000 stacks.
Looks like Jonathan's add-on wasn't for the full 5K. Chose to only add on for the 3 at this point.
So should I get my 180 ready?
Yeah. Well, it's 250, 275 this time. You can maybe bump it up a little. You know, 285.
Like 210.
We'll
you
see
know?
what we get here.
Like 210. You know. 180.
HV has consistently opened to 180 every splash pot so far, I think.
Yeah, high in those bucket hat.
Counting my chips, man. You keep laughing, man.
What? Lebluff fold?
Potentially taking it down here with ace-5 offsuit. Folds all the way back around to Outlaw. He's got jack-9. He may peel.
I think Outlaw's going to give him action here. You can see it in his eyes.
800.
Yeah, keep laughing, HB. Oh, I'm laughing.
Outlaw coming with the limp raise to 800. More than just action. He's going to bite back at him, too.
These two go way back. Playground days. They started their poker career together. Commentators are good.
You need a drink, right?
We can start drinking.
Okay.
Sometimes I gotta wait for raise. We pulled the ONC.
Gets the fold out of HV. Nice raise there from Outlaw. Picks up the splash pot. And a little extra juice there from the $180 raise.
Not going to show that one. That would have been a really fun bluff to show off. But
Yeah.
sometimes you got to keep some information to yourself.
180 every time.
Yeah.
That was the best hand I've won so far.
Nick Game coming right back on.
I might take off HB's head with the button by the end of the night.
Keeping it rolling tonight.
Yeah.
On accident.
Nick Game number 5. Less than 2 hours in.
They're always picking on me.
Pretty impressive.
Always a small guy.
Alright, this is where Jonathan gets ace king and just loses the first hand.
You remember the part where he said, "That's me"?
That was not. Yeah, I was. Kind of want to make a move on that one. Kind of want to make a move on that one. Just then click it.
Good work. That was like a Viet raise.
75.
I don't know what I was doing.
Ace 10.
Ace-5 off again.
Reasonable.
Opening to 75. This time it's in Collin's hand.
I've been limping a lot in the ball and splash.
I feel like I'm just ahead.
I like to limp the Collin. He does funny things.
Ace 5.
I'm
Suited,
not
you would
used to
find
open
out.
limping in this game.
Well, in the splash pot.
Yeah.
I don't ever
I wish
limp
it was.
anything else.
I wish it was suited.
Lebluff defending the straddle with 5-4 suited. Will not flop anything here. C-bet will likely take it for Collin.
Right.
Although this board should favor the range of the straddle defense. Lebluff will not defend that. Collin, first player safe.
Nice hand, Collin.
Thanks, man. I'm almost still stuck.
Almost still stuck.
It made me take money off the table. That's the game's good.
Did I miss a showdown or no? Okay.
Yeah, ace 5 off for Collin.
Oh, really? Was it a pair?
It was still way up.
He had a pair to bet it.
Candy crush.
Had a backdoor, had the best hand. Had a lot going on.
He's deuce suited this time. Bedrock opens to 60
Yeah.
in
It
ATM.
was really bad
3-betting with King 10 on the button, same suit.
And I saw a lot of diamonds folded right there, so not many left in the rotation here. Gonna have to see what kind of flop we get, if there will be any action, or if it'll just be a simple, clean ace-high flop for Bedrock.
The bingo card. The bingo check card.
He bet from ATM.
Backdoor, everything available for him. Backdoor straight and flush draws. Flush draw, no good.
7-4 gets there. Bedrock probably feeling a little better about his kicker with this gut shot available to him. Check, check, and the board pairs. Bedrock betting about half pot, trying to get a little extra out of that one. But ATM gets out of the way. Bedrock now safe.
Diamonds would have been bad.
I don't know how much.
The balls.
The balls. Oh, another quad, right.
What's that?
Count for that? Yeah. Might as well leave it here.
Well, you pick it, I'm lucky.
Might get quads too.
Now, look at the balls on that guy.
Top prize is 1,000.
Does that look like 300, do you think? What's your guess on how many is in there? Like 300, 200?
How many balls it is?
Yeah.
Right here. 5 or over there.
Yeah, show it to the camera.
15, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3.
400?
12. 13 or 20 would be my guess.
Give me that hat.
How much?
You don't need a hat, man.
Huh?
400.
Oh, I see what you're
You
doing.
don't
Yeah.
need the hat.
High hand bonus for those quad queens earlier.
Yeah. Give me a hat. I need a.
Would you win?
And Bedrock now with ace queen.
Let's fucking go.
Offsuit, under the gun, opens to 60.
So there's about a 1 in 350 chance of hitting 1,000, if it really is in there.
I don't know. Might not be in there.
Did it have to be on the first board?
Yeah.
You can get ace suit.
I thought I knew, but now I have no idea.
It's about in. You added 2.
And you added,
You added 2.
and then you added 5.
Yeah, no. I don't know if
Bluff.
you added any more after the 2.
No, I think you only added.
Coming with the raise with the 9s, and Bedrock 4-betting to 2,000.
3 after that.
Your first add-on was 2.
There's no way you're in for.
They made me take too long.
They made you take off when you put the 5 on, right? Yeah, I was looking like there's no way.
Almost as
That's
flat.
a lot of work to do now, dude. Evan, do you know how, can you tell them, can you ask them how much?
You gotta get 3 barrels.
They made me take 2 off and now I'm confused. I'm doing fucking basic addition over here. I can't handle it.
You have a little pair?
Yeah, something like that.
He was trying to lie.
Do you
And
have
then
ace king again?
Were we flipping?
Had ace queen.
What'd you say?
Oh, damn.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were
Jamie doesn't do
flipping.
anything,
I was
we're-
gonna, yeah, I would call the flop, I mean, it had to be something
you
like
have
that.
sixes? Wait.
All right, so
Man.
you get a wide variety.
All right.
The one with the net.
Yeah.
2.5?
I want a hat.
Way better than $100. Man, you got ripped off.
You gotta put it on.
It's a weak suited king.
Let me take the. I hate the stickers.
I mean, it's also 2K, it's not even a regular size.
This one folds through to the big blind. Outlaw opening with King 10.
Shit, I was pretty rough on it.
It's 32.
Makes it 40 to go, and HV is going to go wild with the Octocrab.
We're in both.
Me too.
The Champions Club.
3 bets to 160.
He's gonna have the whole
Also
outfit.
about to see it. I'm a big octo crab enjoyer myself.
Y'all haven't played with me much.
Was it at least suited?
Huh?
Good enough to win the main event last year. It's going to need some help here, though.
Pretty rough flop for the octo crab, a pretty great flop for his range. Oh no. How much money will the Octo Crab be willing to donate for the cause of a good bluff?
Standard C-bet size here, small, 85. Looks like Outlaw will not slow play. Comes with the check raise to 285.
Funny how different hands.
Letting him off easy this time, unfortunately.
Like, yeah.
We raise them, you probably fold them.
I thought about it, but
When you just called behind.
There are a lot of merits to being a stare down guy. I just don't like eye contact. So I just can't
I mean,
do
even
it.
if he folds, I assume you re-raise.
Sure.
Maybe not that big.
Monday,
Probably
this
not
Monday.
that big.
But you,
Yeah, I
I'm
would
assuming you-
be heads up. You know, it depends. I mean, you were in the blind, right? I got position. I don't want to show how bad strong my hand is.
I've got one, same one from the very first stream we did.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No
Well, 10 technically isn't mandatory.
I mean, everyone's doing
gonna
it.
triple barrel with A3 option.
Did he bet 180?
on the flop?
Yeah.
No, he bet quarter pot.
Oh.
85.
If you bet 180, you know he doesn't have a real hand. But he made it 180 pre, right?
Semi-real.
Wow.
Changing my bet size now. I'll figure it out. Figure it out,
I
guys.
call flop.
We all play together too often. We know.
You never know.
Secret's pretty easy. Caleb never has anything, except when he does.
That's just unlucky.
Couple of limpers and then HV
My blind
Like,
is really rusty.
it's nice
raising
when you
this
can.
one up.
I mean, you're allowed to always have it.
Actually, Lebluff raised from the button and HV 3-bets to 375. There were a couple of limpers before that. Heads up we go. One overcard for Lebluff,
Where's that flop?
but it's not an ace. HV not loving that flop, but Jack's still in the lead.
Ace-5 would have got there.
Lebluff with the king of spades, so with some backdoor flush draw equity to go along with his king.
I'm saying you should have won the Ace-5 I did on you.
I did the same suit. A little worse. I wasn't sure if I believed you or not, but I kid you not, there was a little voice in my head that said, just go all in, just go all in. So I was like, okay.
I'd say this is definitely the right time to lead out, holding just the dry king of spades. If you want to represent the 3-card king high flush, best way to do that is to bet out on a board like this.
Voice in my head started calling me.
HV will be feeling much better about his jacks now.
I'm stuck.
Second ace comes out, making it less likely that Lebluff has one.
More likely to see it go check, check here, and then Lebluff with a steal opportunity on certain spade rivers.
Realize your equity.
Makes sense that Ethan called you. That's funny. Ethan called you to tell me, and Andrew messaged me to tell me.
Lebluff keeps his foot on the gas. Bets about half pot.
My response was, what do these
550.
We're convinced that he just always has it.
That he what?
That he just always has top pair. It's insane.
Maybe it's rigged.
Yeah.
And yet you'll still just go for it.
Dude, I had to try to avenge him, you know. And plus, we ended up table starting, so it was plus EV, surely.
Another check call from the jacks. Over 2,300 in the pot now. And here is that third spade. Will Lebluff.
I mean, he's got the run out to do it, right? It's definitely possible that HV does have plenty of combos of trip aces in his range, but this is not the river card you want to give up on if you fired the double barrel flop and turn. In terms of sizing, gonna want to make it look potentially value-ish. You don't have to go that polar, especially with a card like the King of Spades. You wouldn't want to blast too much money in this pot in case your opponent does have a full house of some kind. So for that reason, I'd probably go a pretty healthy sizing, maybe 1,500–1,600 here.
Yeah, there's a 400.
I think that would be my number, would be 16, but we'll see what Lebluff decides to do. I think I heard 18, which is pretty good if he decides to go with that. And he gets the snap fold out of HV. Great work, and it is the 16, so perfect sizing chosen by Lebluff, and good to show it as well. Nice stuff from him.
Not spade blocker, yeah.
Safe in the knit game. It gets a big bluff through, living up to his moniker.
Okay, okay. That's going to be a fun one to look at. That one's going to be good.
Ooh, Lebluff. Nice bluff.
HB, can you stop losing all the money I gave you, man?
Nice Lebluff. Nice Lebluff. Lebluff.
It's getting snapped in the river.
Awful river. It is.
I needed that river.
Yeah, that's an above average river for your head.
I was hoping, no, not hoping, but it'd be funny if HV had 8
That is true. You usually have 8s there.
Yeah.
You're the 8th guy.
Straddle versus straddle. Everybody folded around. Jonathan limps in with 6 deuce and a knit button. ATM checking his option with jack high, and he will flop middle pair. Best hand gets better.
Taking it home.
Should be a bet and take it, I would imagine.
It's got moves. I think Jonathan may be willing to do something frisky here.
I folded 2 diamonds. I was glad they didn't come.
No frisk this time, though.
In the depths.
I left it.
Oof, man, that was a rough shape. That was a rough shape.
Very active table. Everybody north of 30% on the PFR chart. That means they raise when they enter pots. Bedrock and Outlaw both above 40%. About 2 hours into the stream, and Lebluff up on top, up over $5,000. HV at 2,600 in the green. Outlaw up 17, and ATM up about 1,000. Everyone else in the red, and everyone down more than 2,000.
I just blind
My dark magician.
Yeah. Really?
Some big pot potential now. These big stacks.
I know how to play the game. Probably not very good, but I forgot. I'm probably not very good.
20 straddle is on, and Lebluff under the gun finds the Rockets. Opens to 75, and good news for him. Outlaw's got ace-jack suited right behind him. He
Oh, the foil ones are so
thought for sure he was going to 3-bet, but he just called.
A card that just paid for like $1,000 for the product. So.
Super interesting to see how this pot will develop from here. Outlaw, really intelligent player. He's extremely well studied, knows that under the gun opens most of the time aren't going to be bluffs, and his hand doesn't need to be turned into a 3-bet. Would have to fold to almost all 4-bets, so trying to take his equity on the flop.
And look at this development. Cobb defends the straddle of 3-6 and flops open-ended.
What's it?
Check, check, check.
You gotta compare it.
It's like one piece.
Yeah, it's hard
I think it was similar to the Dragon Ball Z game, right?
No draw for Outlaw.
Not like Yu-Gi-Oh.
After the check around, it looks like Cobb is going to fire with this board pairing 4.
Yeah, it's been out.
There's like a Dragon Ball. There's a card game for almost.
Matt, where have you been?
Well,
He has a lot of kids.
yeah, I didn't know that. I knew they had the new like Dragon Ball Z.
Lebluff super under-repped here. He did raise under the gun, but checked it around on the flop. Just calls
It's actually
here.
been popular and it's no longer popular.
And another 4.
Run out clean as a whistle for Lebluff. Going to be able to bet for some value here. Not get any, of course, but...
That game was broken at first, Dragon Ball Z.
You said it was broken?
Yeah, there's a lot of strong cards. There's decks that like people didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah.
Goes for a pot-sized bet here, 450.
First fan wins. That's fun.
They were so strong they just ban them.
They did. They made a ban list
all
pretty
the card
quick.
games. Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic and
all card games.
Yeah.
They have to.
They ban the card altogether, or they just say you can't have more than one of these cards?
Both. Ban it altogether.
Yeah.
Depends.
Like competitive.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
For competitive, okay, yeah.
Like,
Oh, they actually were going home to home raiding people's houses.
Did you find out?
Burn it in front of you.
These card things are a big cultural thing now.
They got it in blast.
It's the next vestige of authoritarianism is.
Yeah.
show me your cards.
Get your Black Lotuses
Yeah,
out of
did
here
you?
now.
Getting robbed.
Yep, that one. We got in the middle there. Yeah, at a premium.
When's the next Magic competition, Colin?
There's one in Vegas
There's one in Vegas.
next month.
I have the whole set of
I'm not sure when they go though. I just haven't been
Dark
playing.
Magician?
You just what?
I haven't been playing.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't know which one I'm going to use at the World Series.
HV getting gambly with the 4-6 suited here. Makes it $60. Trying to get rid of that knit button. Taking advantage of his position.
I was like kind of an offense
Cobb defending from the straddle with ace-6. Could be in great shape.
First place is probably 20K or something like that. I don't know if the Worlds is there. First place will be 100K probably.
What's the buy?
Paired king high board, mandatory c-bet,
okay.
mandatory fold, simple stuff. Cobb could float with ace high, but really no turn in the deck is going to feel good. Even another ace, given the ace and the 6 in Cobb's hand.
And it had like all 3 sets.
Less than 200, but more than 100.
Not too bad for HV.
Yeah.
And now heads up in the knit game are Jonathan and Cobb.
How many total entries?
Cobb in the first straddle. Jonathan
No, I mean,
will be on the button
how many
this
total
hand.
people try to qualify?
Oh,
No, Louisiana.
thousands.
All right, local scene.
And they just decide like on matches?
I haven't played it.
Or do you get like rankings
Just
throughout the
records.
year?
I have to
Yeah.
like go in.
It's not good, I don't think no more.
Yeah. Just different. It's all magic. Yu-Gi-Oh! Never been good. Yeah.
Ace-10. Offsuit for Outlaw under the gun. Opens to 60. Buys himself the button. ATM's going to defend with King-10 suited from the small blind. And Cobb, who is heads up in this knit game, now looking down at Big Slick. And he's going to raise it up to 350. Lebluff with a suited ace.
No.
Ace-4 of hearts. He'll get out of the way.
Cobb definitely has been a bit less active than some of the other players at the table tonight, so Outlaw taking that into consideration as well. Does choose to click it on up, but when Cobb gets it all in, Outlaw's going to be virtually forced to call with the price he's getting, I think.
It does say I'm going with that.
I'm all in.
You're a stand-up.
I like to go
A little
twice.
bit of that.
I like
Go whatever you want.
Alright, twice.
They are going to run it twice. First board counts for the knit button.
You were going with it.
You're a stand-up guy, Caleb.
Cobb's going to be in great shape either way.
Caleb, what do we need?
Gut shot for both players.
King!
Good turn for Outlaw. Now open-ended on the bottom, but Ace-King will hold.
Hearts? I had ace 4 hearts.
So knit game will be over. But we're going to run another board here. Outlaw looking for a 10 to chop.
What? Is it 3 or 325?
I'm live.
I think it's...
Ace isn't a help.
That's a West scenario.
Ace-King scooping. Full double for Cobb, and he's safe.
Definitely needed that, given how the night's gone so far.
How much is the thing?
3.
Okay, 3.
Never going anywhere on that flop.
Just like that. Cobb moving up a little bit, still stuck, but only 1,100 now. It was closer to 3K when we were looking earlier. Lebluff still the big winner at the moment, up over 5,500. HV at 27, ATM about 900, and Outlaw moving down now. Still in the green, but only 180 winner after that big pot. And $300 splash pot coming up next hand.
Oh, the hand too soon. Barely dodged my third in the game, just like
HV's going to have to size up his raise now. I don't think 180 is going to do it.
How about 185? You think that'll work?
Jonathan's turn.
212.
I mean, it was a miracle I faded the first
I think HV is going to be funny to do 190 if he does open this hand.
I think he's going to fold this one.
Well, I mean, that would be a great bet, you know. I wouldn't give you odds on that one, Dan. That's pretty good.
Just every loser, like, you know, just for till the end of the game. That's kind of good.
It's gonna get expensive.
I think it's going to be neither. It's going to be the limp.
Here comes my jack 3.
You got it.
Fall for that shit again.
Yeah, you will.
$250.
It's actually 180.
2 limpers, and it'll be Jonathan opening. He's going to choose 250 as his size. Queen 9 of hearts. Oh, 7-4. What?
He said, I want that money back.
Cobb might not know. He's only played the stream once or twice. Action folding around the bedrock, and he's going to defend out of position with 5-3.
Should be a voice action.
Does get to close the action, and there's 300 dead in the middle, so there is that. But
Actually,
it's going to be really tough for him now with Jonathan flopping top 2 pair.
Your wife off?
On the 10-minute break.
Best you can offer is a low backdoor straight draw.
I'm sorry, guys.
Pretty hard to inspire
thank you, Matt, for
confidence.
saying it on stream.
Whoever's listening, HG plays better when he drinks. He should be allowed one.
Bet and take it for Jonathan.
I would have thought 2 there. God dang it.
Should have stayed in.
6-9.
Oh, no, wait, no shot.
I would have flopped 2 pair if it hit my card.
Can you hand me those? Right there. Can I have them?
What if I told y'all I did flop 2 pair?
HB, stop.
We wouldn't believe it.
Hit buttons coming back out.
Man.
Collin getting violent against HV here.
Trying to decapitate him after that first pot.
Turning the knit button into a ninja star.
The classic, that's me needle when Collin knew it was him. That really bothered him, I think.
That's me. That's unreal. God. How do the poker gods reward that kind of behavior? That's me. Quads. How do they not punish you?
Folds around to the cutoff. ATM finding a little pair of 6s will raise to 60.
It's because I
A
was
long
telling.
time ago.
It's because I was telling. LeBluff
And Outlaw in the straddle
that I folded quad 8
with a monster. 2 red queens.
to afford. Like in ATM had been trapping with aces against another guy.
Goes large. 275.
Well, I just watched Ace King hold up.
Well, I've never seen ATM fold in this spot before. I'm not going to start now.
Only because he had exactly what he had.
No, I'm just saying what I observed. Y'all may not believe it, but it actually happened.
It's only because I was heads up though. If I was 3 ways, I lose both.
Like things are looking pretty good on the king high flop.
You hear that, Caleb? It only happened because
Not the best flop for queens, but backdoor diamonds and Broadway for Outlaw, and he's still in the lead.
I think only Caleb would play it that way.
Lebluff's running too long. You get out, right?
Check, check. Free card coming. It's the tray of clubs. Delayed C-bet of 200. Coming out for Outlaw.
You weren't thinking about raising it.
ATM Coming along, trying to hit that 6. It's a board pairing ace, which might actually get some more value for Outlaw. Backdoor clubs do get there, but he's got to feel pretty good about his queens at this point.
Most likely the best hand, and he knows it. ATM could get really fancy and try turning his hand into a bluff here, but most likely would get snap called too quickly by another ace. It was what he may be thinking, so might be willing to just look it up with the call here.
Freezing.
With the net buttons available, ATM will get to see it, whether he pays off this bet or not.
That check on the flop really has him thinking. And it did end up getting Outlaw a little extra value.
I can see that.
It's not the first hand I knew.
Maybe a couple
Yeah.
of days, tempo. But
Queens give it, queens take it.
just no tilt. I played that without being tilted. Collin, I'll tell you.
I'm not talking AJ, so no, I wouldn't tell him.
No.
I didn't hear you.
So I don't need to be tilted to play bad.
No.
Just play bad in general?
Yes. Raise.
Hard enough to play good.
Dude.
It's through the blinds. Lebluff limps in with queen 9. Outlaw opens to 100 from the big blind with queen 8 suited. It's going to get calls from Bedrock and Lebluff.
Sometimes too, you think you're playing good, and then you like completely destroy one, and you're like, holy crap. What have I done?
Second nut flush draw for Outlaw. King high board goes check, check, check. Queen 9 makes a straight.
Outlaw also with that open-ended straight draw as well, so might feel good about continuing, especially with the fact that Lebluff has given him a very reasonable price to go.
I did, but
In fact, I wouldn't even be shocked if Outlaw came with a raise here, given the really small sizing chosen.
draws miss.
1 to 2 bets a week. But I had the overall.
He's got removal to that straight and gonna have a hard time putting Lebluff on that when he leads for such a tiny size on the flop.
Yeah, the raise to 400 gets Bedrock out of there, but Lebluff obviously calling with the made straight, and bad run out for Outlaw.
Bad run out because it's a run out he's probably going to bluff at. Obviously queen high, no good. Miss diamonds, no good.
Yeah. 850. You win.
Oh, easy.
Bink.
And Lebluff getting an extra 850 out Outlaw on that river. And also safe in the Nick game.
Huh?
Full bluff, you gotta take a little longer. It's full bluff.
Hard to bluff your opponent when you're representing what they already have.
Right.
Really make a lot of noises in there. Like, alright, I call.
Yeah, well, I was proud of the effort.
Yeah, you also had a diamond ring, so it's kind of nice. Yeah.
He also has straight. Straights are good to have.
Oh yeah, there's 2
Non-board pair, you make a lot more money. So it wasn't going to be 850. It was going to be 3,000.
Well, then we would have been in for a tank.
Yeah.
20 Stratolog folds all the way through to the big blind. HV with ace 9 opens to 55.
As long as the flush is covered. 50 bet 3 outs.
260.
Bedrock About to raise it up with AC Deucey.
You got it, you got it.
Makes it 260 and takes it down.
That most certainly would have been Jonathan's move.
Yeah, King Jack suited, looking pretty good in position there.
Yeah.
C9? Come on in. Oh, we're actually, yeah, you can take a button if you like. We're in the middle of a Nick game.
We really just started.
Yeah, just started. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buttons left, so.
Looks like we have some more action entering the table. New player.
Good to see some new blood.
Have to wait till the button passes and then perhaps wait for the Nick game, depending on what develops here in these two hands. 5 buttons left now, but the way things have been going, there might only be 3 buttons by the time these two hands are over.
Yeah.
280.
HV with the hand of the night so far. 8s make it 280 to go.
Got Cobb notched to open with 7s.
Didn't they too? No bag in the second day of the 600?
No.
How many buttons?
Discipline lay down.
Hard 7 bullets total.
Lebluff with a suited ace-9 though might want to peel a flop
Very
here.
sad.
Especially with how deep he is. He's
I've
got the
done
whole
worse
table
before.
covered at the moment as our table captain.
I'm in cash once. That was cool.
A little rebate.
Huh?
A little rebate.
Yeah. And hey, one of them I satellite into, so it doesn't even count really.
Pretty good flop for ace-9 of clubs.
It was a $33 satellite on hijack. I just
It's
want
a
to see how
backdoor
it
equity as well as the front door flush draw, as well as actually taking the lead here with 2 overs to HV's 8s.
Oh my god. Heads up for the ticket. Guy limp
But
calls.
king high flop, good
He
to
limps
C
on the
bet
button, or heads up.
in
I ripped it
position
13 big.
as the 3
Calls
better.
with 7 high on the
And
button.
HV does that.
Never going to be folding here with this
I did
ace-high
hold.
flush
That's
draw.
the one I held in.
What'd you have?
I don't
And
even
gets
remember.
there right
Probably
away
ace-high.
on the turn.
The
Royal
best I
flush
had.
draw on the turn as well. He's actually got a
Did you like snap and
multi-way.
Yeah.
He's got the gutter to the queen of clubs both ways.
Dude, in a live tournament,
He would have the 6-card royal.
like 12,
Pretty rare.
12 to 13 bigs in the small blind.
That would be fun though.
Yeah, HV's also got a nice hand to continue semi-bluffing with. He's got his pair of 8s. Probably thinks it's no good, but the board is much better for his range. Also holding that 8 of clubs in hand makes it a little less likely that Lebluff's got clubs. In this case, Lebluff does not have a bluff.
It's not even
Just the
worth playing.
stones once again. Second time he's made nut clubs tonight.
8 bigs is pretty egregious.
The fun thing about hijack tourneys is there's
It
no
seems
ante.
strong when you win with it.
And then he busted like the next hand.
HV's continuation bet going to be called once again off to a river, and it is the Royal. I think that is the first time we've seen the Royal on stream in quite some time, right? We've got the 6-card Royal.
Yeah. From the 9 all the way up, and HV reaching for chips again. Gonna go bet tiny here. 200. Making it look like a value play here. Lebluff going, how much can I raise and still get a call?
The answer is none.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got literally the whole board locked up. It's just kind of one of those sad situations where HV literally has the next best hand he could possibly call with, which is the 8 of clubs.
Raises tiny to 500.
Show the Royal.
6-card royal straight.
Wow.
Royal.
Super royal. It's kind of hard to get
What
paid
a
for.
hand, and Lebluff will be getting a little bonus
Your kicker doesn't play.
Did you want a button?
for that. Anytime you get quads or better here at Champions, you get to draw for a high hand prize. Could be up to $1,000.
Yeah, 325.
Yeah, 3/4.
Okay.
And then if you lose, it's 325 into a splash for the next one. And anyone can win that dead money. The last.
Does he want to buy it?
He should be able to buy
Yeah,
it
he
if
should be able to
wants
buy it now.
right
Yeah.
now. If you want to. It's up to you.
Well, should have been taking a button.
Or he can,
If
I mean,
you
he can
take-
also wait one and nothing would change, so.
Yeah, whatever he wants.
Yeah. Are you just going to wait one, or do you want to buy it?
I can buy it, yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, they said yes.
no,
that's
that's
what
Yeah,
I said.
okay.
Yeah, the software won't.
Got it.
There's enough buttons where it's not like.
Queen's 8.
And I mean, I still have a button,
Yeah.
so it's
What
basically
if
a lot.
everybody
I
here
mean.
loses a button in this hand?
Can we have that arranged? I could.
Could be possible.
20 straddle. And Cobb with ace jack will open to 60 under the gun. HV has 2 of the other jacks in the cutoff. He's going to 3-bet to
Kind of hard to get called. You
180.
have a both, yeah.
Sucks, but still 50.
Yeah.
action folding through to the straddle. Collin gives it a little bit of thought, but gets out of the way. And Cobb reaching for chips here. Going to defend with the ace-jack. He'll need some help. Saw at least one ace go into the muck.
I did have the 8 o'clock.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Oh! I meant to just, ooh.
I can't believe I've done this.
Yeah, drawing quite thin against the jacks with the ace folded as well.
Yeah. I bet the angle call.
He does flop some outs. Queens would be good for him at this point in the hand. HV still with second pair.
I think that one's going through as a call, though. You gotta incorporate the other chips somehow.
He bet of 150 is called.
Yeah, you're like, all right, raise. Even at the 200.
That's 3 balls. That's only 3 draws.
No change on the turn, but
you didn't use both.
Not HV's favorite situation to get called on the king high board. We'll check through, and board pairing 10 now, so HV no longer able to beat a 10 either. Cobb with just ace high.
Ace high.
Cobb just choosing to take some of his showdown value, but that showdown value not going to be any good here.
So, 2 tables and 5 left.
Maybe.
I'm in a tournament I don't even want to do. I got baited into playing ace jack.
So HV now safe.
I don't want to.
And a 9th player joining the
Right,
game.
yeah. How can you play bad? Yeah, how can you play bad?
Under the gun.
Assume a knit button.
He was playing good. Next person, jams.
Okay, how much did he owe?
45 big. Into the chip leaders to the left, who has them covered. No choice.
Yeah.
I'm in the small blind. 38 big blinds effective between queen. Wow. And obviously,
Yeah, you're never beat. You're never ever beat.
I'm never beat.
Never beat.
If they tank, they snap you. There's no time. I'm never beat. Literally never. They never have a better hand than I do. So I had to play an 80 GG.
20 straddle is on.
Against ace queen off.
And Anto has entered the chat.
Oh my god.
With ace 10. He's going to limp in the cutoff after it folds to him. ATM defending the big blind with king 6, but Collin raising it up and goes big. 175 with ace jack. Should end it right there.
Oh, real hand. Sure.
And he just spiked the ace and won't think anything of it? Like.
No. When I called, they were like, "Oh, I probably made a mistake."
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's like, all right.
You don't hear that a lot. You just most of the time they're like, "Oh, how could this happen?"
No, it was the lady who won.
I didn't watch.
Yeah, she played really good in the other stuff. I thought.
I can't.
Like, oh man, I should have called. And it's like, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to watch those.
I just saw it on some sort of social media that she had won.
It just hurts too much. It's like.
I mean, it's a tough spot to play.
It's always funny to hear DT like rationalize from like the commentator booth, like he decided to open a 5x just to get them to fold or something like that.
There's always a reason for doing something.
Early open from Outlaw with pocket 7s. Makes it 60 to go over the $20 straddle.
TG's pretty good at Magic.
Bedrock calling with 5-4 suited, and Jonathan on the button calling with Jack 10.
We've already seen how ATM likes to play this ace-queen suited, willing to play for it all with this hand, so is going to be bumping it up.
Bigger than 7s.
And then what?
Big raise, 450.
It's all in there? All right.
Oh, I'm not. Not necessarily.
You're just
all
saying
of
that one day you will.
Outlaw not quite deep enough to get the correct odds to set mine, but I wouldn't be surprised if he still goes for it. They are decently deep.
Call.
Bedrock going to be sticking around as well with the 5-4 suited.
Time to gamble. Over 1,400 in the middle, 3 ways to the flop.
Yeah, the no flush and yeah, the 6 card.
All hearts, king high, everyone misses.
Yeah.
Every single player hating this board,
But no
and everything about it.
No balls.
didn't play both.
You had a 6 card straight with a royal flush.
Quickly checks around. It had a 4th heart, but it's an ace.
Knowing you can't call.
Yeah, what else are you gonna do?
Yeah, you-
Like you have to, right? You have the nuts.
Well, I go 400. Nicholas.
Bedrock with
It's this.
a gut shot to a wheel
Get a
now,
little bounce first too, like it could be close.
and everybody has a shot to chop this one up.
I don't think Bedrock will much care given the nature of the board, though.
You should have just called the min check.
Not enticing to chase
I
a
put it in there, honestly.
deuce
If I
when there are 4 hearts on the board.
I think it was an act. Yeah, that's what I'm.
ATM checks again, and Outlaw is going to take a swing at this one. Bets 400, gets the 5-4 out.
Don't think Outlaw's looked at his hand, so probably knows that he has a red 7. Just isn't sure if it's a heart or not.
Unhinged post we've ever seen.
I definitely.
He said
I'm
what?
just calling that one like guys.
In tournaments, sometimes you should intentionally, like, I'm not gonna do the post.
ATM mulling over his options, but
like sometimes
he'll just let it
like,
go.
accidentally do something that looks angly.
You saw Outlaw check his hand at the very end to see if he did have the 7 of hearts, so he knew he had something red, just wasn't sure what
Right.
kind.
I'll send it to you. I'll find it. This is like the most unhinged post.
Does he-
What
should
the
he-
fuck?
Especially with the pre-flop aggressor checking twice, looking pretty uninterested in that board. I think that's a perfect time to go for that kind of bluff. Worked out. Sometimes you'll just run into it, and that's okay.
It's hard to bluff you, Matt. Oh. You hate to hear that. You fucking hate to hear that one.
He's right here. He's right here. He's right here.
Hard to bluff. I would have felt way better about it.
Give it away. How's the burrito? Really good.
20 straddle on. Anto calling with 10-9. And ATM disguising the strength of his hand here, just limping in with 7-4 suited on the button.
That's the guy that was in the WP table with that crazy guy.
Lebluff will put in a pretty big raise here. He's got queens.
Chance corner. He won. He won.
Takes it down without a fight.
Seems like it's been smooth sailing for Lebluff pretty much all night tonight. He's the first player to make it to a 10K stack. Looking to keep up that momentum. He's got the entire table covered by almost double. The only player who's even close is Collin.
Oh, he Corniff does?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Right?
I think Collin looking to have that big stack cover almost the rest of the table. Rest of the table not interested in trying to add on and match Lebluff's stack given how the game's gone so far tonight.
Yeah, I was about to say
Keeping
the
it civil so far, but I have high hopes for
when I
a
ran
big pot
lacrosse, I had a
tonight.
friend who'd do that. Like when he'd run, he just.
It will happen. I can feel it.
I'm getting nervous about my line that I set at 14K. I'm getting antsy. I might want to bump it down to like 11 or something like that.
Well, we're only halfway through the stream. Anything could happen here.
This is true.
Under the gun raise from Anto this time. He's probably going to get some respect here, having limped twice and folded.
That's a good deal on the trade in the short stacks.
It does fold all the way around to the big straddle. HV will defend with 7-6. And he's in pretty good shape here, having 2 overcards. And flopping one of them.
Pretty great shape for him now. HV checking, and Anto taking no time at all before c-betting that 100. Very quick barrel from him.
Yeah, and a pretty big sizing considering there's only 140 in the middle. But it quickly checks. 7-4 gets there, but 7-6 will take this pot.
Defense.
That's what we like to see. Good job, HP.
On the river? No.
Andrew's kind of
You're already celebrating. You're already rubbing it in.
I overbuilt
Yeah, that's
river
gonna be
jam
good.
for like a little bit more. I was like, yeah, I showed my hand first.
I'm leaving to somewhere for 3 days. Checking my wife.
That's where it's
You gotta tell him beforehand.
I'd eat
I'll leave for 3 days. So I'm like, let's do my duty.
Andrew's constantly recruiting for the Monday game on Hijack. It's so funny.
Good. Gotta put in the effort.
He said he's moving it to Thursday.
Considering it.
Pocket 10s for the young gun. Early position opens to 60. Jonathan will be facing a raise here, though, as Collin raises to 180 with King Queen. You see Cobb folding King Queen. And cold 4-bet from the small blind. Lebluff with 2 jacks. $400 is the new number.
If Jonathan decides to pull the trigger here, he's almost certainly going to get called by Lebluff, and that will be bad news for him.
If he just calls, there's a chance that Collin will rip it with King Queen. He's pretty wild.
He does choose to call. Collin knows he's in the middle of 2 monsters, and the only way he can get out of this pot is by smashing it all in or just calling, see where he's at. Try and take some equity post-flop, so pretty fair fight going off to this board, but set of 10s for Jonathan and hearts working in the favor of Lebluff.
Another potential royal.
A huge flop here for Jonathan, flopping a set of 10s. It is monotone board, so he might not want to go crazy, but I would definitely love to see some kind of bet here on this flop, even though it is a lead.
Patrick, can you get service?
Pre-flop 4-better has already checked, so he has the green light to go for some value.
That's about a third of the pot. $400. And Collin with a gut shot is gonna raise.
Representing the strongest portion of his range, maybe saying he's the only player here who can have hearts. Lebluff with the jack of hearts in hand, but facing this action, really not much you can do with jacks, I don't think. Even though you do have the jack of hearts, king and queen of hearts both unaccounted for. Yeah, removing the card protector, telltale sign of a fold, so Lebluff going to get out of there with the second best hand. And unfortunately for him, those jacks are his gutter ball outs, and 2 of them have just been folded, 2 red ones. So Collin's going to have to win this pot by brute force if he's going to take it down. With that raise to 1100, Jonathan's SPR going to be super low, so it's probably an all-in or fold decision here. I don't really see him folding, so I think this attempt is going to blow up in Collin's face.
All in.
Might have worked if Jonathan was deeper, but he's just not. Nothing can be done, so he's just going to snap fold it. Yeah, nice little pot for Jonathan. I want to say little, it's big, but nice, nice moves there, obviously, taking it down.
Can you give me
Tough stuff for Collin. If Jonathan was deeper, this might work, but not with that configuration.
You said
5 green, 5 black.
Yeah, hard.
3 players left in the SNCC game. It's ATM, Cobb, and our new player, Anto, with the buttons.
Thank you.
These are set up. I had a real hand too.
My hand.
Thank you.
That was sick.
I was hoping he would call. Big raise.
Oh, you would have called a 400.
Yeah, you can.
No 20?
I forgot to, and
You're in the
picked my
seat.
cards up, and
You're in the seat that like would be. You can't see.
Folds to Cobb in the cutoff with position in 9-10. He opens to 40.
I could kind of tell that
HV putting some pressure back on him here from the big blind. 9-7 suited makes it 160 to go. And it's going to get a fold.
I'll put the 10 on.
Nice aggression from
It
HV.
saved me money, so I'm not really.
Will you ever
complaining
figure
now.
out how much you're in for?
12, I think.
That was a fear jam.
I'm assuming you're like contemplating just calling 11.
Yeah. No, it's contemplating folding. You know, Collin always has it.
Well, but he could also have been trapping.
I mean, but I got to see he folded. Yeah.
That's good.
If he did, if he did something, I would have. I mean, I can't fold. I'm not folding the set.
You can't.
But there was 3 hearts.
There were 3 hearts. But I could pair up.
He's not dead. He could say that's me and hit the 10.
Yeah.
Early open from Collin. King Queen offsuit makes it 60 to go. Folds around to the straddle and Bedrock defends with ace 9. Going to be a favorite here, but out of position.
King of hearts.
Flops an ace. Gut shot for Collin. Backdoor clubs as well. C-bet of 60.
Oh, it's a weird board.
Have Jack 9 off or there? 4-bet pot.
Ace 10 4.
Why? How's your chance?
Bedrock calls. No change. 4 of diamonds. Quickly goes check, check. And it's going to check through on the river as well.
I really didn't want to look down at a heart. I was like, just let me get his hand. Where?
Yeah.
One bigger one actually you want to drink.
I mean, if it worked out.
A dark call from Collin.
He doesn't like his jams from me.
About to see the rise of Darth Collin on this table here. See what kind of evil wizardry he's going to pull out. That raise on that ace 10 board was evil wizardry. I really liked it. Obviously, that's going to work on. I mean, even if Jonathan has something like ace king with no heart or something like that, he's going to hate his life. So almost impossible to have a bluff on that board. Props to Collin for giving it a go.
Lebluff raising this one in the light. Ace queen. Collin will be the only taker. Heads up we go. Collin with 5-4. Looking for a low flop. But it's 2 Broadway cards. Top for Lebluff. Collin checks, C-bet of 60 from Lebluff. And that'll do it.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for that to be the turn, and you don't, like, you know.
Lebluff.
Mr. Royal flushed himself.
I wouldn't have won, but I mean, you'd fold.
Yeah. Wouldn't have won. What a sick.
No.
I did not want to.
Don't tell me you had the 4s.
There's only one hand you can lead for value.
Uh-huh.
There's only one hand you can lead for value.
Suited ace for Cobb under the gun. He's going to open to 75.
Yeah. I can have a flush.
Anto on the button with king 9. Will make the call. He's got a nit button as well. And Bedrock coming with the squeeze. 9-7 suited makes it 275.
I'll talk to like literally anybody by hands, and like they'll like bring something up. Like, oh yeah, that didn't. Just click the buttons.
Folds back to Cobb. He's giving it some thought here. He's going to get out of the way.
Big hand.
Small hand.
Knit button defense. Works out. No flop necessary.
Hated having him behind.
I'm getting bored.
I'll have to put the time.
Ace-10, good enough to open for HV, makes it 60, and a quick call from Anto, Queen-10 suited. Folds to the small blind, and Jonathan looking down at Big Slick. Three bet to 325. And it will quickly fold around.
No.
Nick games started to slow down a little bit since we've gone nine-handed, which makes sense. Got more players to get through.
Against Chen,
9,
you know?
10 of them.
I got it.
You know,
Tens and ups.
no, against Chin. Is that his name?
What's his name?
Chin? Is that his name?
Oh,
the
yeah,
crypto guy? Jin.
Yeah.
That's the only guy I'll try to 3-bet bluff. You know, the guy who's never going to fold ever.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. What was it? 10-8 of diamonds?
10-8 of clubs. And he stuck it in my eye on the flop.
Yeah, he did. I was surprised to see that.
Well,
Jin, you're talking about Jin in there.
No, does he play here?
I think he played here once, maybe, with you guys.
Different Jin.
He's a...
I know. There's a Jin that plays Omaha.
Oh, okay, no.
No, this guy plays well. I mean, he does play Omaha too. I saw him. Quite wealthy.
HV with another go around at the fives, and ATM with another go around at ace queen. Seen these hands in the hands of these players before.
Sometimes
Earlier in the day.
You just crush it.
It's funny how card distribution works sometimes. HV's had 8s a couple of times, 5s a couple of times. So 2 nip buttons involved here. HV in between. The best hand currently. Good flop for Anto though. Open-ended to 9-8. Checks around.
Oh yeah.
So quick on the check there, looking to avoid a struggle. And he is just going to keep that up. I think he doesn't want to bluff into 2 players, which makes sense. And that, unfortunately for HV, he does make his set, but Anto makes his straight on the river, and he has not played his hand like he's got a draw of any kind. Anto going to be coming with at least a call, maybe a jam.
Yeah, he's only got 1375. HV has bet 450. Just gonna call. The diamonds are out there. Unfortunate river for HV, but Anto liking it. He is now safe. ATM and Cobb, the 2 remaining buttons.
I bet somewhere around 2K on the river, and he thought about it, and he called, and he lost. And he had roughly the same reaction as when I made like a $50 call on the river.
Right.
So using that logic, he's a very wealthy man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like, of course.
Freaking kid. All right, I'm in for 10K.
Was there another straight there though? That was the only one, right?
Yeah.
That was not straight.
I know the flush is there.
Flush is there. So.
I'm not like a watch guy, but like I hear about his watches, and it's like, oh.
We know he is good enough to fold if you raise. We've seen it. Like that needle.
got the needle board.
I'm stuck. I can needle.
No, we were going to have
You can't say
a needle tally board.
Sorry?
I could get a comment on that.
Oh.
One limper. Folds all the way around to the straddles. Lebluff just calls and Outlaw checks his option. 3 ways to the flop. Comes out with 2 Broadway cards. Nobody with anything. Anto's ace high still in the lead. And the board pairs.
5.2. Exactly. I did that right?
Yeah.
Check around again.
4.
6. We're coming back.
No pair, nowhere. Ace high still good. This time Outlaw gonna take a stab and he'll take it down.
I was like, give me the card.
It's those little pots like that that make Outlaw such a dangerous player. Just gonna steal it if you're not gonna try to take it.
I bet Caleb.
That extra 100 or 200 really adds up by the end of the night.
Up.
Caleb, you up or down?
No one's been tipping on
HV is up. I think HV is
It's
up.
probably around even.
HV's probably that.
HV might be slightly up.
I don't know, maybe 1,000.
One person.
I think 1,000.
I need to work hard and bluff out more.
Folds to the hijack. Jonathan with ace 10 opens to 60.
I know.
Don't worry, Matt. I can't get a single hand.
I
The
try to
net game continues.
I try to give it
Both
on
the
the
nits
mat,
have
man.
folded.
I get king jack off or king queen off every game.
Lebluff and
I wish I got that
HV
hand.
With a 4-bet in front of me.
I would trade my
calling.
soul.
Jonathan in the lead and in position with the ace 10.
No, way too much action in front.
King Jack's
And
nuts.
hits a piece here. Middle pair. Very coordinated board.
I wouldn't want that. Not when I have it. That does not happen.
Got shots for both of the other players. Checks all the way through.
Triple barrel and ace 4 off. All the way.
Ace 10 still good.
No matter what. You got it, you got it.
No need to
Well, I
turn
was
his hand
ready
into
to
a
call.
bluff, however.
Any other river.
I would prefer to call.
I'm pretty sure any other river.
HV is going to take a stab here, but Jonathan with the ace of hearts in his hand
800 more.
and definitely under-repped. Probably going to call here, I would imagine.
Wouldn't begrudge him for folding. This is a bit of a strange spot when ATM, or not ATM, HV pots it into 2 players. Holding the dry ace of hearts makes it a bit less likely that he's bluffing. And for that reason, Jonathan thinks his hand is not strong enough to win the pot, so he's going to rebluff at it. Obviously, that's going to not be necessary. HV will be snap folding.
Lebluff has a piece of this here with bottom pair, and he's given it some thought. But he will get out of the way, and as predicted, HV with the snap fold.
Alright, flush good. No flush good. No flush.
Maybe.
Show one, always. Show one, always not it.
Maybe.
Oh, I might have had the best hand.
Would you have called if HV wasn't on you? Interesting. Very.
Hello.
Yeah.
Check. Go ahead.
Could have been trips with a blocker though. Nah, that'd be ace 9 off, I guess.
Well, shoot us down as well. I'll take off the last. What do you think?
Thought I'd get looked up.
No? Richard, do you want a drink?
Yes.
Ace queen under the gun for Bedrock. He'll open. ATM with a suited 1-gapper and a nit button will make the call. And Cobb now on the button with the suited ace. He's the other nit. Probably gonna, well, I thought he was gonna raise it up there, but he'll just call in position.
Yeah, likely respecting Bedrock's opening range from under the gun. Early position.
Yeah, it makes sense. You don't want to get raised back and have to fold.
Pretty bad. second out.
Well, that's going to be spicy. Flopping the joint for one of our nits and flopping top for the other. Bad news for Cobb.
You're not even stuck, man. Don't listen to that guy.
So how's ATM going to chop this one up?
I'd have to come running 8-6, I guess.
Be pretty terrible.
That's normal stuff, though. I don't.
Not for him.
Cobb is going to raise. ATM leading for 125. Cobb makes it 375, and ATM with the stone cold nuts on a rainbow board. Probably not afraid of anything.
Black and green chips for me? Yes. Thank you. 5 and 5's fine. Or whatever you want. I need some chips so I can munch off. Thanks.
Give me screen starts early. Scout to make sure.
The game's not starting till 7:30.
Hop into that 5K guaranteed.
Oh, you think you're leaving? You ain't leaving.
7:50.
There might be time because the stream is at 9.
ATM not playing this one slow.
Time's it now?
Clicks it back to 750.
When's the break?
Oh, it's 7.
Ah.
You need the break, guys. Do some laps. Me and Caleb are gonna have a foot race. I waited until after he ate the beef empanadas so I could get him. What happened to beef empanadas?
I got the account coming still.
You asked me if I had a 10 and I have? What 10 would I have?
The fourth one?
Yeah, the last one.
The last one.
If you're Cobb, right? It's kind of hard to envision ATM having a bluff, I suppose.
No heart.
You do have a relatively strong hand with the ace-9, but
I was thinking like a 10 blasted value.
can't really see how ATM would have a combo that Cobb is
Maybe just
ahead of here.
Very close, yeah.
Need to have just the dry gutter with the 8 or the 6, but ATM having both. Obviously crushed by all kinds of sets as well. Maybe think it's possible that ATM has played a worse 9 this way, like King 9 or Queen 9, but he doesn't even beat that anymore.
I guess if you're heads up in the Nick game and you had something like 9-8 or
At least
9-6, maybe?
some kind of backdoor straight equity, right? I mean, again, the game is much easier for us when we're sitting up here in the booth.
Sure.
But if you really stop and think about it, it's kind of hard for ATM to have any bluffs with a 3-bet on the flop. He led into the pre-flop aggressor. He 3-bet a check raise or 3-bet a raise from the button, so
Just the nuts.
Saved me some money.
hard for him to have much worse.
Man.
So Nick game over.
Heads up. With
Splash
the other
pot will
guy
be
and
the next hand we see. Lebluff up close to $8,000 now. HV up 11, Outlaw about 800, Anto up 570, and ATM just about even. Collin down the most, stuck over 4,000. It looks like dealer change. We're going to do a bomb pot, and then the splash pot will be coming up. Double board Omaha bomb pot coming up. Patrick coming back into the dealer box.
Wow. Thank you. Super. Gets the worst cards.
If you like the 4-card game, we got a nice Thursday night PLO tournament every single Thursday here at Champions Club. 200 buy-in, 100 rebuys, 10K guarantee. That's tomorrow night at 7 p.m.
Just the bottom board?
Yeah.
That's how it is?
Well, he usually does the top.
Switching it up.
Since
you off
I'm
probably up like 20 against Andrew this like a month or something like that.
Just superstition.
Right now, Andrew's at home. He's got one little tear.
Andrew's making me ride in the same plane as him to Vegas so we can just do PLO sweats the whole time. Like he said he's going to eval to get it back on the way to Vegas.
I'm going to say
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're probably gonna find out IH though, right?
Yeah.
Well, ace 10 would be a pretty nice hand, especially if it was spades on this particular configuration.
Give them what they need.
Looks like it checks all the way around. Board pairs on the top.
I'd like to check.
Board pairing king, and only Lebluff has a piece of it. Also holding hearts in his hand.
What are you holding for? For fun?
Funsies.
Fold.
It's like a bet and take it possibly here.
8 high. I think this is not low.
Yeah, what?
Yep.
Queen 3.
That's good. Fuck, I need that one on the other one. You're good.
I folded the winner.
It has to hit you.
25 for that. 100. You get a good one. Enjoy.
It's a good wash on that.
And now time for the splash pot. 325 dead in the middle.
This deck, I just now watched it when I came in. I'm not sure if you saw
Okay,
it.
I did.
Yeah, right before y'all started.
Yeah, you watch it
The
real
deck
good.
was completely set. I gave it a really good watch.
No worries. I was over there.
I got this is splash card. I got a live 1029, a live 2021.
Jonathan, you might as well just live blind.
Live big any too. Make it 40 blind.
Yeah, or just 40 blind.
Not a bad strategy.
Yeah, might as well. I mean,
The way HV is
180 blind.
180, yeah.
180
It's gonna be
blind.
180 over here, you already know.
I'm raising 180 no more.
180 blind. I already punished them guys. I don't think it's doing that no more.
I'm not doing that no more.
180.
Never in my life.
I got you, HV.
Thank you, sir.
I was expecting more cards.
Just give me like aces right here. I want
325 in the middle. Jonathan limps in with a little ace, and Collin will open. 225 with a suited king. Action folds all the way around to the straddle. Bedrock will defend with 10-7.
Oh. Never mind.
And Jonathan gives it some thought. He calls with the ace high.
Show me an ugly flop.
He's got the best of it,
Commentary's been fun.
but ace 6, arguably the worst ace. Still good, no pair, no wear. Collin, see betting 400. Likely to just take it down.
Going huge, just trying to clear everyone else's equity out of the way. Very big bet, especially considering that they're multi-way. Jonathan smells something fishy here, though. Is just going to make the call. Gonna have to give some significant concern to Collin unless he improves and gets pretty much the perfect double barrel card, like the 10 of spades. I think he's going to be able to take this pot down now with this development.
Goes with 1,050 on the turn here. You can add 325 to the size of the pot, so close to 1,900 in the middle.
very interested to see what Jonathan decides to do now. Really in the tank about this one, doesn't believe Collin. It's going to be a really tough hand to play if he decides to just call. His gut's telling him that he's got the best hand, so if he does, he might need to stuff it right here, as sick as that is. How do you really navigate the river with just ace high unless the river falls a complete brick like another 3 or another deuce, for example?
Good.
Opts to get out of the way. Well played by Collin. And you got to give Jonathan credit for even thinking about it. Collin showing a 6.
Give me those buttons, Richard.
All of them now.
Nick game back
Oh,
on.
I guess it is all of them now.
Jonathan knows he had the best hand now.
Yeah, 3 6. I'm net down.
I had one of those too.
What?
I had a 6 as
I'm
well.
down 800 on them.
Yeah, you got the winner to fold.
I'll just say
We
it
don't
now.
call you the winner when you're around.
I know.
No, what's funny
That's
is
just a
when you
long
raised
brain.
from
But I had a
75 to
10.
750, I was like
I had a
thinking, I was like, that's
10.
basically.
No,
the
it wasn't
same
quite,
price.
quite jack.
It was a very good
Not
track.
quite jack.
Oh, I don't want to. I don't like to hear that at all.
What?
That means I probably had the best hand.
Oh, you definitely had the best hand. I can just
Thinking
tell you that.
often, I go,
I showed you the 6 of spades, bro.
Yeah.
If he goes.
No, you can.
I might.
Oh. I had king on.
Yeah, I mean, I still can call.
God. That would have been a sick
I had
one.
allegedly the king 6 of spades.
Allegedly.
Oh, then actually that was kind of bad news for me.
Yeah.
Because if you got there, I was lead jamming directly into spades.
Wow, everything about reason that's holding.
Collin opening this one to 60 with ace jack in early
I think it's
position.
too strong to raise.
Lebluff calls, but Outlaw 3-betting to 275 with 5-4 suited, 7-4 suited in the muck. What is going on? Folds back to Lebluff. He's got king queen.
I had a 6 and I had you beat.
I should have folded out and saved you some money.
He'll make the call. Outlaw
But I just
in
let
position
Paul get
here
away with it.
That's king 6. That's a good hand.
and flops
It was the best hand.
Might have lost more money.
just about as good as he possibly could.
Where are the trips?
There's a 5 on the board and 2 diamonds.
For death?
Yeah, just where's the
Gut
su-
shot
where's
for
the super cooler
Lebluff.
in my
Backdoor
table?
king
Where is
high
it?
diamonds for him.
Dude, ace 6?
Yeah.
King on the river, though.
I have to fold on
3
king.
6s. We both have quads.
No,
Foul
just
death. Kevin enough to get the money back.
C-bet of 300 here, just under half pot. We'll get it done. Outlaw showing the goods.
What a flop.
There it is.
know.
That's a hand. Yeah. Too.
Half the money is going in.
The old sea at the river.
I get a Here, I can. How much is it? I got it.
I was getting splash pot PTSD.
Wait,
No, I had
Okay.
6-3?
A6, A6.
Yeah.
A6 with a spoon.
Long tank.
With a spoon.
It was, yeah, because I thought I was good.
You didn't believe me.
I did not believe
Yeah, the best part about that hand is you have no clarity on river. You just,
Yeah, I know, zero. It's
It's
absolutely
no
zero.
Just rip it out.
That's what I was thinking.
$60 raise from Collin. This time he's got ace queen.
Monster 3-bet.
I was going to make it 1,000.
Folds around to the big blind. Bedrock with the suited king gets in there. And it's big slick with Jonathan again. This hand a bunch of times tonight. It seems like he's in the blinds every time. Comes with the 3-bet to 310.
That's not what you're running bad. It's hard to make a
And Collin clicking back. Makes it 775.
Sometimes you can see the future.
Now Collin's hat on.
Oh, I can see the future. That hat tells everything. It's a read in and of itself.
Matt, you want to do a 15K challenge?
On Club WPT.
5-bet here would leave Jonathan with an awkward stack size on the flop.
Cooler Central.
You may choose to just stuff it now or
I just overbet shove.
just call and
Guy
reevaluate.
with pocket fours calls me. 4 on the river.
Welcome to online.
What's the date? 25 or?
No, this one was I think it was 1-2.
Savage.
You guys know anyone that actually wins online?
Right here. Your buddy right here.
Yeah.
No, I don't play online. I only one time.
I have you played one time and you won one time. So you got a pretty good record.
Yeah.
I did good on the hijack app when I was seriously trying.
Yeah.
Seriously try.
I could probably do good.
Are you still not
I wasn't seriously trying.
All in.
That tournament win.
He does opt to jam it. 48-40.
That'll happen.
Putting the pressure back on Collin, who's going to need some help if he makes this call.
It's possible. He's got to find a good side.
That's Bravo Bada.
No? Yeah, probably not. Probably deal with bots and too many pros.
Yeah.
You know? For here, I would recommend.
I stopped at positive.
Yeah, like Club WTD Gold or the hijack.
Can you play it here?
Collin makes a good lay down here, and Jonathan would be safe in the Nick game. Picks up 860 without a flop.
It's pretty good. I mean, it's decent. They don't have many tables, but it's alright.
You can't play post flop. Just put it in.
Oh,
One day, Collin. Just have it.
give him the best price in the world. He's still just fucking rips it in. Of course. Just get over himself.
I was thinking about clicking, but I think
It's a sign
that's
of respect to you.
It's something.
You don't want to play you.
everything.
I am playing with a kid.
Just one.
Just to read that. The best part is he knows I'm bluffing. Jams it in anyways.
I had a feeling you were bluffing. I was hoping for just a call.
I was hoping you jam, Richard. You were getting snapped off. I wasn't bluffing versus you.
That's why I didn't.
I was bluffing against him, but not against you.
I had the ace-king bluffing.
3 players to the flop. It checks around. No pair, nowhere. Anto's ace high, the best hand. Collin's going to take a stab and get safe.
Last 3 hands of it. 6 is the highest card.
Still quite a few players left for this round of the Nick game. Lots of buttons available.
That time I 3-5.
One for Bedrock,
So I still
ATM,
lose this
3-5.
Cobb, Lebluff, Outlaw, HV, and Anto.
Consider the source.
Actually, I think Outlaw did get rid of his, so that one is gone, but most of those others still stand.
seen this one before.
Bedrock opening up 4s from the button. And it's Collin this time with 10s in the under the gun straddle.
Nice.
Bedrock will make the call, so heads up we go.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Safe flop for the 10s, paired 9 high board. Collin checks it over to Bedrock, laying the trap.
One time it's crazy. We got all
850.
Yeah, it's upset. On like a raggedy 8 high board. I had the match train. He's like, why you play those cards? It was like a 7K pot. You know, telling me I was playing deep. Either one of them. First the board pair first time.
Collin raising this one up and getting called by Bedrock.
For the one?
Yeah.
You say you got terrible right away.
No change on the turn, and Collin just ripping it in there for Bedrock's stack. We'll get the fold. Collin's got his nip button and doesn't show. Oh, nope, it's not Collin's nip button. It's a poorly placed nip button from Cobb. My apologies. Pretty strong jam though, all the same.
Jam for value. You got better than 8?
What's that?
You got better than 8?
No.
Yeah, there you go. I 10.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Jack. A 9.
Yeah.
Ace 4 off. We're getting warmer. I'm allowed to have good hands.
I know.
Specifically against Jonathan.
When you said good call, I figured you had an overpair.
Bad read.
Folds around to Anto, who picks up King Kong in the hijack. Will make it 60 to go.
Or was it a good read? We'll never know.
This time it is Jonathan with the quattros. Will make the call as well.
It was good. The way you put it out there.
I was gonna do the two-handed, like, whoosh. You've never played.
So lots of ways to a flop we go.
That's how, because you have to toss in so many chips every time. Yeah, kind of dropped it.
And just top set for kings. Only one really drawing live at the hand anymore is Lebluff. Ace on the turn, of no concern. Queen and a queen only will give Lebluff the win on this hand. He will get some value from Bedrock, who has turned top pair. And a tough river here for Bedrock, who has just rivered triple aces against Anto.
This is the run out gun. You get it all.
Anto just puts it in, I think. He goes for most of it at least. Lobs out a stack of blacks, 2x pot. Bedrock not a big fan of that.
Yeah, it's probably torch.
What's up?
It's probably torch. Not you, man.
I think Bedrock's about to make a fantastic fold. Yeah, he shows the ace and folds it. Anto getting a bit greedy with the kings, and
that's a sick fold. That really.
Bedrock letting it go.
Is it the alcohol? Is that what's doing it? I already said that fold.
What a fold.
Give me Jack and Coke.
2x pot on the river, just too strong for Bedrock to call. Still making some decent value with the kings.
And a look at the numbers now. About 3 hours into the stream, very active table. Almost everybody above 40%. And Lebluff still the big winner, up 7,700. Nobody even close. Outlaw up 11, HV right there as well, and Anto up 870. Everyone else in the hole.
He'll fold to the check raise.
Lebluff putting on a clinic tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, smooth sailing for Lebluff all night. Gotten his value in, his bluffs through. Really no wrong footing so far.
I have to tell the other players, it helps to have some people rooting for you in the chat, apparently.
True.
Suited king for Jonathan, and the cutoff will open after it folds to him. Unfortunately for him, in the small blind, Collin has 2 of the other kings. 3-bet to 275. And it quickly folds back around to Jonathan. He will not continue with that 7 kicker.
Collin looking to exact some revenge on Jonathan and not exactly
exactly
getting what he
how
wants.
much money I torched
No,
when
I
you
was
just
thinking I
when
wanted so
Rippy and
bad
the
to
Ace
have
King
ace
offsuit
nine there, you know.
200. It has to be bad. It just has to be.
Queen off. Ace jack suited. What the? See what's been going on? That's so good. That's a 2-side. He said ace jack suited. Yeah, damn.
I'd be offended.
I got home.
I wish you'd fuck around that hand.
You've been having a lot of nothing, so I feel like.
Yeah. Something.
Yeah.
You thought I was running it
Not
in?
always.
I had ace queen, the hand he had ace king.
I figured when you said that there was.
Jonathan has improved from king 7 of clubs to ace 7 of clubs, but he's not going to raise this time. Just calls. No raises. 5 ways to the flop.
First limped pot we're probably going to see all night. First and only, I'd say.
Paired board. Cobb. Spike and trip 5s out of position. Checks all the way around. Check mark delivered.
If you're gonna play hand again, the 5s are hot now.
And a bet and take it.
Ooh, see? Look at the 5s. Look how hot they are. I even folded one.
Actually, almost easy free.
Nice bluff. I think it's a nice bluff.
No, no flop. Antonio's too nice to be doing that kind of needle. You can't lose 3 in a row.
Ace queen under the gun for Bedrock. Opens it up. And a rare just call from Collin. Anto will also come along from the big straddle. 3 players going to the flop. Bedrock in the lead, but a pretty connected board here. Comes out 10 high. Collin flopping top pair takes the lead. Top pair and a gut shot. Just going to call the c-bet of Bedrock.
Just the top is where it's
Bedrock still with 2 overs here and is going to continue firing the double barrel here into Collin. Collin's not much of a folder on boards like this, so he will almost certainly continue, but at least worth having a little bit of pause, thinking about the range of Bedrock here.
Like you cannot see his hand and then his hand, you know? You know what I mean? Like, you know, like how like the
Wonder if Bedrock is willing to fire the rare triple here. I don't think so. He may just end up checking here. Pretty unfavorable run out for his hand. One liner to a straight. Bedrock's going for it. He's going for the triple here. Interesting. And Collin obviously not coming in with a snap call. This feels like value. Does eventually just make the call though. Definitely feels like value when he fires all three streets, but good on Collin for making the call.
Unless you want to reopen our business.
Our business is never ending. Never ending business.
Still unfinished.
Rough night for Bedrock, just not hitting with his premiums, and his bluffs not getting through.
8 draw. 9 draw, 10 draw.
You're on the 10 draw.
The 10-8-9 draw.
You hit the 10. You hit the 10 draw on the flop.
I was on the finally made a pair draw, so what are you gonna do? You know, you got it. You got it. We're gonna play after or win?
4 players to the flop and nobody hitting anything.
I'd be down.
Maybe just a little bit.
Anto now picking up a pair.
Really deep in the hole.
And Bedrock
We'll feel it out after. How about that?
is going to take a stab.
I'm stuck, so you know I'm down.
It's going to work.
Not pressure, man. We're just not gonna play it here.
Bedrock's safe.
So Ty's already in Vegas? Is that...
Yeah, man, Viet are in Vegas.
I mean, Viet, you know, Vegas, Viet.
It's the same for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ty will come back, I think, like after the weekend. He said he wants to spend not that much time there. But...
Oh, interesting. So he just flies back and forth every week? That's pretty sick. Is he playing like all the short deck events? Are there still short deck events? That's kind of sad. I thought it was supposed to be like the new Hold'em, you know?
I think it died.
It was like right before COVID and then it died. Or right after COVID.
Yeah.
That sucks for Ty, because I know he got really good at it.
Well, he could have went to J2 and played the 25K. But didn't, so. I think it's essentially a dead game. But it could be wrong.
180.
Probably play it somewhere. But 180. Who's gonna believe that?
It's big in Taiwan, right? China?
I'm not sure.
They're playing like Social Ivy. Been playing it.
Yeah.
It's been a while. You know?
Like Dana DeVoris seems like he really.
HV finally activated after a long dormant period, reactivating with the Queen 10 of spades. Hasn't had very favorable card distribution tonight. Which is really funny because he's immediately going to be punished by the speculative
Well, he's got fewer cards.
$600 4-bet from Jonathan with the King 8 suited. Even if HV makes this call, he's going to be playing out of position. And we don't really want to be putting in a 5-bet with Queen 10 of spades. I think HV more just annoyed that he hasn't had anything to work with for so long and then is immediately being bitten back at.
Yeah, I feel like if HV had 6-4 of spades, the money would be in already, but with Queen 10 of spades, you're going to be dominated a lot of the time.
Yeah, you'd really want to continue more with hands like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 suited. All more so than Queen 10 here. Maybe of those combos, Jack 10 most likely, but wow, HV, sick and tired of it.
Love it.
Fives?
Clicks it back and gets it done. 675 with no flop and safe in the Nick game. 3 players left with buttons, ATM, Lebluff, and Outlaw.
What do you mean? He was trying to tee it up for Donnie.
actually maybe heads up. I'm not seeing a button in front of Outlaw. I see it on the graphics, but not on the table.
Yeah, HV finally willing to take a stand there and does choose the right time.
6-bet, yeah, the 6-bet.
The 6 right in his eye with the King 9-0. Really show him how it is.
I had 1 pip down, but it was suited.
Are you playing with kids?
You are playing with kids.
I am playing with kids, but he's not.
Yeah, kids right here.
Just tired of them forwarding me all day.
Heads up in the Nick game, I believe, and Lebluff finding 9s is just going to limp in.
It's fine.
I kind of like this.
Look at buttons for fun.
It's just him and ATM. I think he's trying to do basically exactly this, get ATM to put on the squeeze, allowing him to then re-squeeze shortly after. 9 should almost always be the best hand. The problem is I don't think ATM's ever going to fold. Interesting. Ben's just going to call. I think this would have been a great time to pull in the limp raise line, especially against ATM, who you're heads up with in the Nick game, but just going to be more chill, take a more casual line.
I think he was thinking the same thing that you were thinking. He wanted to re-squeeze, but that raise was so big he figured the other 2 players are going to fold anyway.
Yeah. Well,
what a flop.
Great news for Lebluff is he's going to win this hand. That is a guarantee unless we get some miraculous runner-runner here for ATM. Runner-runner boat or runner-runner straight flush in particular.
King 8 suited. He missed it. King 8.
Looks like Lebluff's not going to play slow here. C-bet of 150. It's quickly raised to 450.
And ATM does have that gutter ball, so he may feel the need to try continuing here. It is heads up in the Nick game, so ATM knows he's about to have to pay the nit tax. Yeah, this is a good time to pull that move because the paired queen high board definitely interacting with the better parts of ATM's raising range here.
7 bets go in by me.
4 diamonds is going to give ATM some potential false hope with that king high flush draw now available for him as well. In terms of sizing here, I really don't want to go too big if I'm Lebluff. We're not trying to target just a queen. ATM doesn't necessarily have to have a flush. He's going to go for a full 1,000, which I do understand. He's kind of going for the home run here, but with the board so locked up in your favor, I would almost like going smaller just to give ATM more rope to be involved in this pot.
I go through every button. He had me dominate actually at 4s. Could have been bad.
Of course, this exact play is going to work wonders if you happen to be up against just a queen, which, to be fair, that's not all that unlikely given that ATM called a pretty big raise on the flop. Hold'em is a game of imperfect information, so Lebluff working with what he's got. ATM not getting a good price to chase his draws anymore either. 1,000 to call into 2,300. Pot would be 3,300, and ATM would have 3,300 back. So pot size jam. If he doesn't make his hand on the river, he's going to have to fold.
In the chat.
I also knew just look read.
In the chat was it was so funny.
They know each other hanging off.
Well, no, I told him to read, and he was doing it, man. Yeah.
ATM finds the fold though, and Lebluff has to show to end the Nick game. Another splash pot coming up.
If you had 6-8 of diamonds, that would have not been.
How much is the
350.
Yeah. I'm glad I didn't hit my turn.
Lebluff can do no wrong this evening.
So funny.
Still up massive. Brought the stack back over the 10K mark after that hand as well.
The king was
And I had the diamond.
what did you say? I need to look at the phone.
Pure, bro. Pure.
Wait, sneaky.
He's like, the king is not a break to tie. That's why he was
I was
tanking.
like kind
Yeah, that's what he said.
Like I was going to, and then I got
When I was
Andrew was trolling Matt Lou today. He messaged him that
350 in the middle, $20 straddle, and a blind call from Cobb.
really?
That turn was
Just like,
pretty good for him, too. Wow.
But he sent me the screenshot of that, and I just immediately messaged him. I was like, "Are you playing mixed?" Like for like the like the 25K thing. Thought that was a funny troll.
Yeah. Well, y'all are D and y'all are D.
Lebluff blind calling behind Cobb. It's almost like a bomb pot. An outlaw with the blind raised to 40.
Lebluff has ace queen.
What a hand developing here. Silliness.
Like this. Not like this. This is where you get confused and you just raise any hand.
And Anto is going to limp in on the button with King Trey.
Good luck, Bridget. I don't think you're going to see that 40 again.
Aye. Limping all the way around. And Collin does not have a hand to raise with.
Probably one of the only hands he wouldn't consider squeezing with.
How big do you go if you're Lebluff? 8 players have already called. Cobb getting in there.
No courtesy here.
Lebluff with the only ace.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna make it like 500-600.
Oh,
I'd say so, yeah.
no courtesy.
He does just that. 600. Probably gonna just end it. There's plenty of money out there already.
We almost
Yeah, we'll take it, that's for sure.
one person away.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm kind of live.
Sounds like a double splash bar.
Definitely
Feel
live.
something.
Yeah. That's the A3
Plus, see, Jack.
You were dead.
Like, give me another Jack.
Good
You were
stuff
fucked.
there. Good stuff.
Hand me those buttons, Richard.
Nice pickup with no flop.
Good, you deserve that one. I keep them so I can throw them at HV.
I want you to put an eye on it.
So you got 320 with plus 350. You got 700 free money.
Free money.
Are we short one?
You're welcome.
It was your fault.
I was like, let me.
Who should have folded?
Richard, I tell you, see that 40 again.
If anybody else had done that,
Oh, I had you in rough shape, Colin. Rough shape.
you know what I mean?
9-8.
He's running too hot right now.
His deuces are
I was hoping
gone.
you would jam.
His hands
No, I was. I hope they folded and you jammed. I was not thinking.
If you
about
make it like
jamming.
100, you're gonna get every caller.
I know I'm getting. Yeah, no. No shit.
You don't want that?
I'm not.
You don't want that
My hand. I want
is,
somebody to like what jam or jam.
My hand is weak when I want to check your options so much. I'm not.
I don't want to see jam. Oh.
Another decent hand for Lebluff. Ace Jack suited under the gun.
You see, he was going to raise.
Opens to 60.
it's 400, right? 400?
375.
Sorry,
We're gonna get to 400.
I haven't paid one yet, so it's just that.
Bolts to the button quickly in Bedrock. Calls with Ace Trey. Jack 10 suited for Jonathan.
I don't even know what
In the small blind, he comes along.
You want me to tell you?
Please.
Patrick, how much is he?
And Cobb in the straddle will call as well. King 10, so 4 players.
How much is he for, please?
Lebluff with the best of it.
945. I think I'm in for 12.
Oh, sorry.
I checked.
Gut shot for Bedrock. The Ace Jack still good right now.
You think it's not enough? Too much?
Well, finding the C-bet here with the best hand, albeit
On 3, right?
I think it's 2,500.
You say
going to get rid of everyone else.
Right here?
No, they say he's taking you 549.
Oh, no.
That what you said.
Talking about my seven,
Bedrock
945.
connects.
Okay.
Takes the
Can you give
lead.
me a double up or not?
I'm trying. Keep raising 180. You should go in.
Gut shot no longer needed here.
No. You scare me. Well, are you mad? After one drink?
Super angry.
Super angry.
I have the best of these.
Bedrock betting 275, and Lebluff will call. 4 is a chop card for these two players. An ace or a jack will give Lebluff the win. But the 9 of clubs is a safe card for Bedrock. He'll just turn it over and win.
Bink. He can be defeated. He can be defeated, Richard.
Yeah.
You've done it.
I got pulled too much.
Wow.
We thought it was impossible.
It was iffy there for a minute.
He wasn't pulling the river bed either.
I wasn't folding to a riverbed.
That's too good. That's where they make mistakes.
I was hoping you would bet it now with raise.
I might have.
I wanted to check raise. I wanted to check raise. I knew he wasn't pulling that.
Always.
Well, dang, and then I missed a bet because I'd have called a check raising. What can you be check raising with except for pocket nines?
I'm just listening. Can I listen to you? You want to know what I was thinking?
Yeah, you gotta be a
I
little
was thinking
nervous
how I
about
was forward playing
five.
ball to do.
Yeah.
You have to be nutty and one bomb, but
I think I would have found out.
Nobody. I don't ball.
He knows the secret.
Yeah,
I know
like,
that.
Yeah, he does.
unless it was like ace.
He played too much 1-3.
Have it. It.
ooh, that's a good toss. How you're not going to Vegas, right?
Man.
In July, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess we got the heads up for that.
4 players, unraised pot.
You don't want to play heads up with me. I don't think you'd make it very long.
Probably not, but. Never tried.
Comes out all spades.
There's nobody else.
Are you that cocky?
So does connect and flop 2 pair. Cobb the only one with a reasonable spade draw here. Bluff does have a gut shot to the straight flush. See if he can make his second straight flush of the day for spades.
Everybody. It's everybody.
You could kind of tell that Anto didn't really like being called in 2 spots there, but
Oh, and the worst card for him.
yeah,
The other card pairs the board.
now only playing 5s and
Played a
7s.
5-bet pot with that guy.
He is going to continue rifling away at the pot, though.
Of course. I bought him artichoke tea too. Oops.
Gets the fold out of the better spade draw, and Lebluff gets out of there as well. Anto now
I
safe.
do like that turn.
Picks up a nice little pot there. Given that he got counterfeited on the turn, he's probably happy with that result.
He liked it enough that he's cussing himself out in his head.
It's hard to make a pan in this game, you know?
To get counterfeited on the turn.
You can make a pan. This table right now is pretty good. It's hard to make a pan, hold on.
The real reason I don't talk so much shit to Viet, usually he's beating me.
He just beat you?
Yeah. Can't talk that much shit. I don't think I don't win versus him very much. Some people have your number. I feel like he's one of them.
Yeah, me too. I can't beat Viet, no matter what.
Folds to the hijack. Bedrock first in. Makes it 70 with ace 9.
He talks a lot of shit back though.
But the tie doesn't care.
70. Well, usually him and I are
The straddles will come along. Suited hands for each player. The ace 9 in the lead for the moment. Ace 9 still good.
Duke is not back from Japan yet?
He's there for a long time.
Let me say 2 weeks.
It's a long time. I think he's back next week, but I'm not sure.
C-bet and take it.
I don't know. I don't keep tab. I'm not a tab keeper like you, Mr. Tab Keeper. It sounded like he was doing a lot of fun stuff, though.
Yeah.
You had 3K earlier, which is alright.
I can tell you what I got now. I don't remember what I had. I think I had it on 3K, but I dumped off 4K. So does it even out?
You get a rebate?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I get a rebate. I mean, I should.
You should ask HV, that's what my plan is.
No, I'm gonna ask the office staff here.
I think you added
I think they owe it to me.
No, that's a blind raise.
Yeah, frisky, huh? Nah, this game is so good, right? You make a bet, you just keep betting.
Yeah.
They fold here.
$20 straddle on and a blind 60 raise from under the gun from Anto. Interesting strategy now that he's safe in the Nick game.
180.
Gets Bedrock to fold a king jack though. ATM, however, will raise it up 180 with 2 8s. Folds to Outlaw in the first straddle, and of course he's got big slick.
Yeah, ATM's not going to be flopping a set of 8s this hand. There are no 8s left in the deck. We've already seen 2 of them accounted for in ATM's hand, 1 in Anto's and 1 folded as well, so
Like a big deal, like he got really good odds.
unlucky for ATM. He's going to need to either run his equity with these cards exactly, or hope Outlaw misses.
It's not looking good so
Your
far.
odds are already shit. Like, OKC last night was minus 375.
4-bet of 725 is called, yeah, and he's going to be...
We've got a flip, but it's a slightly unfair fight. Ace-King actually probably with a slight bit of a lead here.
Who's up?
Both 8s missing, not necessarily accounted for in the graphics or in the percentages just yet.
That way, like,
Yeah, if
you
it's
know,
a super.
when you get fucking...
It's hard in the semis. To hit, like,
On the positive side for ATM, if there's an ace or a king on this board, it'd probably be easy for him to get away from the 8s.
Not on this board though. Paired board 9 high.
cash on hand, like, right? Like if his payout's like 100K, right? If you want to hedge.
Outlaw also out of position to ATM. ATM's going to be feeling good about his 8s here on this board, as he should.
I didn't say he should fully hedge or whatever. Like, I just think, like, you know, you could hedge some.
Outlaw with no spades to speak of either, no backdoor equity, so pretty big favorite for ATM now.
I don't know what the Timberwolves were to start the season, but like, if you bet 2K to win, like, what do you, 20 to 1 or something?
I
40K?
guess they were 100 to 1.
Yeah, so if it was like 1K to win 100K, like he could bet 30K to win 10K.
C-bet of 750,
You know what I mean? Like,
Right, but
about half the pot.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the SPR, it's going to need to probably all of it be in now or on the turn. ATM really not with much left behind. He will make this call, but he's going to be pretty short stacked. Less than a pot size bet behind now, going towards the turn.
Again, though, it's a lot of definitely. Probably can't do that here.
7-4 gets there. Pocket 8s
it's enough, you could fly.
still in the lead.
Why should they get cheap?
For a 30K hedge, I'm fine, but
Yeah.
you get it.
The 30K hedge, you can take $100 spirit flights to
I don't know,
Vegas.
that's a lot of work to hedge a single K bet.
Yeah, but if it's for 100, I mean,
But it's not a new hedge.
And Outlaw
obviously it's not like a clean hedge.
jamming.
If they made the finals, that's when.
I'm going to put ATM in the blender, but he is just going to make the call ahead right now.
Go twice.
Wherever you
You're
want.
into the shit range.
I don't know. I'm probably behind, but.
Well, if you have 9s, you're ahead.
Twice,
Just
twice,
as a-
twice. No, I don't know.
Twice good, Caleb?
Sure.
2 times announced. First one counts for the Nick game.
That's me.
And 8s are good for that, so ATM will be safe and getting his money back at least.
Oh, that's me.
I just have ace king.
And with that, the 8s will hold, and this might be the pot of the night so far, 7,700.
You got it,
Yeah,
you got it.
very nice pot headed over to ATM, and this is definitely going to prompt a reload from Outlaw.
That was another emotional flow. Yeah, but can't hit quads like HV.
Yeah, it's the same.
23 Makes me feel better about my ace high name because he's not folding. But with ace, he's not
Beautiful pot
HV had enough.
for ATM.
You got it, you got it. Me or HV? You, I don't know. I had HV on the mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
HP on the
Hoping you have fucking club.
Take a look at the numbers after that one, or perhaps not. Let's take a look at this Monster Stack promo. That's this Saturday. 100,000 guaranteed one-day tournament, $400 buy-in, 50K starting stack, 30-minute levels. It's a great structure, great tournament. We do them pretty frequently here at Champions. Always a great turnout. Come get yourself a piece of that 100,000 Saturday. Starts at 11 a.m., but registration's open for several hours. You can check Poker Atlas for all the details on that one. And it's going to be a big weekend here. Not only that on Saturday, but Sunday. If you like playing cash, we're going to be giving away a ton of money on Sunday. $500 every 30 minutes. Hot seat drawing. Anybody playing cash eligible to win. Just have to be clocked in and playing. You can win yourself $500 every 30 minutes.
You sure did.
I mean, to be fair, it's the best hand he's had all
Last
day.
dealer change and last hour of the stream. Going to start it off with a PLO bomb pot.
I didn't think you were bluffing.
Absolutely.
That's fair.
I'm not saying I fold queens, but I didn't think you were bluffing.
Huh?
If you're gonna 5-bet jam all your hands, you've got to balance something up.
That's a good spot, just wrong timing. Weren't you guys in the blinds too or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. You tell him how good of a spot it is.
Maybe I'll do it again.
Just so he does it to you and you have aces?
Yeah.
It's going to be a sad day when Collin has aces.
Nobody deserves it a little more than I do when I have aces.
You going to be going to Vegas for any of the tournaments this summer, Chris?
Maybe not this summer. I've actually got a trip planned to go to Vancouver in July around the same time as some of the events in the series I would normally play. I'm going to be gone for about a week and a half there, so
nice.
Thinking about sticking behind this time and then waiting and then making a trip out to Vegas in December. Actually, done that for the last couple of years. Had a really good time doing that. It's another fun time of year to go to Vegas. It's for the WPT series that they usually run. They have a bunch of great tournaments there. You're also not in the middle of the Las Vegas desert when it's 1 million degrees outside. That's a perk as well. Vegas can get chilly, but it's nice weather out there around that time of year for sure. So I think that's going to be my play.
I like it.
Went out to Vegas last summer for the series. I had a good time doing that as well. Hoping to catch some of these fellas at the series next year, even if I'm not going this one. Bomb pot action right now.
Queens full for Collin, or sorry, fives full of queens rather on the top board.
Yeah.
Bedrock with a 5 and an ace, looking to improve. Instead, it's Collin for the scoop. He's got triple queens on the bottom and fives full on top. Actually, he's made a flush for a little overkill.
Yeah, Bedrock really can't call with anything on the bottom. He's playing one board and one board only, and Collin is scooping both.
Pay me, Outlaw.
Switch the rivers. Damn it. And King Jack.
See if King Jack?
I had a 4 too, so switch the rivers.
Oh, flush
How
though.
could you have a
Yeah,
queen
switch
when
the
all the
rivers.
queens are on the board?
And a 5.
Well, I had 5. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
On which one?
He had queen 5. I didn't have a
Queen
board.
5
I
on
just
top.
had, I had ace
Flush
5.
on 9-5 of diamonds on the bottom.
I can't, you know.
Yeah,
I'm thinking maybe a 10, maybe a 10, but I think a 10 would have bet the flop. So.
I had a 10. A whole lot of luck. No, those 3 queens though.
Yeah, all the queens.
Fucking bomb pot.
Quads? No, you can't.
I could lose to Jack, 10-10.
I had Jack.
Like coming up with hands that you want to lose.
Back to the Hold'em action, and it's the last hour of the stream, so unlimited straddles are allowed at this point. Starting it off with a $20 straddle, though.
What do you think the line is right now on this game?
I don't know what it opened
You bet sports at all open at like 7.
No.
Folds around to the button.
I want to hear massive.
An $80 raise
Probably was like 6,
from Cobb.
6.5 going into the game. And right now it's probably at like 300.
What does that mean?
So it means
Outlaw in the big blind, clicking it back to 300.
if it's at 6.5, they have to win by 7 or more.
Like 3 1/4 to go right now, and we're getting a cold call out here from Anto. Actually, it is just 300. You're right.
On
I
average,
can't see.
people think you're gonna.
That
win
one
6
chip is kind of hanging out. It looks
Yeah,
like
I thought it was on top of
Yep.
it for a second there.
That's
Cobb,
the number
Cobb in
one
there with the
money
5s.
spent.
Anto cold calling with the 6-4 diamond. So we've got a fun little pot brewing here. To start off this round of the Nick game.
He had $20 in, so pot stuck. You know how it goes.
Well, that's a set of 5s here for Cobb. Gutter ball here for Anto as well.
For money line bets.
And Outlaw not choosing to c-bet this ace-high board out of position. Checks to the set, and Cobb, no set, no bet. It's going to go about half pot. Take it down right there. He'll be safe.
It's an elimination game too, so.
No one has an ace.
That's ridiculous right now. That's
No,
what
Outlaw folded ace king.
I folded an ace.
Good fold.
Yeah. You think about Collin?
No, I want to draw right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Still not interested.
If I had 3-4, I'd have called.
There's not a lot of hands that
3-4 spades.
Yeah.
I don't know that are indifferent. So
I might have just
everything.
called
I think everything that calls 450.
Whatever.
Pocket 4s for Collin. Good enough for $60 open.
There's my set strategy.
Anto and Bedrock defending the big and small straddle. Bedrock hitting bottom pair, but the 4s are still in the lead, and Collin c-betting 80 on this jack high board. 2 diamonds out there, and Anto is going to call with the king of diamonds in his hand.
Oh shit.
That's going to shut things down for Collin real quick.
No, yeah.
I mean, getting called in 2 spots with third pair doesn't feel great, and Queen of Hearts can't feel that great either. Hard to know where you're at now.
Obviously not spades. Obviously
No.
not spades.
I do say that Collin is savvy enough to turn his hand into a bluff. Thinks he needs to. Doesn't choose to this time. And somehow, some way, 4s stay the best hand on this run out.
And Bedrock does not attempt to steal, so Collin's just going to turn it over and win.
God dang it.
That's funny.
I like the sheepish no-shows. That's good news.
Collin now safe. 4 players left with buttons.
Fucking Collin.
I feel like that's my phone.
That's so bad.
Mother flowers. That's my phone. It's okay.
Stop playing. I might have jumped in this tournament.
Yeah, they called me.
Get off the street.
About time.
My wife would kill me.
20 to go.
$20 straddle, ace-10 suited for Cobb. He's going to open to 80.
Kill his hand, kill his hand.
Get that garbage away.
And it looks like a raise and take it.
Well played.
Law?
Well played. That was good.
I actually wanted that.
I folded ace jack. They were suited. I just didn't think. I only had one.
Can't wait to see what my V-tip is.
Or not.
Yeah, they're not.
Kings.
With the nip ones, people are like, Jonathan, you must have garbage.
I had A3 offsuit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I folded king. All right, prop bet. Who had A3 offsuit most of the stream?
Probably not me.
1-3 at
I haven't lost all the Nick games. Like,
I like looked at it, I was like, I'll just up
this guy folded.
I think I only had it like 3 times.
It was too.
I have, because I've had ace 4
for
offsuit too many
1.7K
times.
though. I think it was actually the right fold.
I like it. No double down hand.
I think for some reason A3 offsuit really triggers me, and I have no idea why.
it's so frustrating.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
Another $80 raise from Cobb. This time, 2 black queens. Folds around to Bedrock in the big blind. He's got a couple of 8s and he will squeeze it back.
You in trouble, HB?
Looks like 250. And ATM with 9s in the straddle. He's going to call.
Cobb could have considered some fancy shenanigans here with maybe a just call if it was just Bedrock making this move, but with a cold call in between, we're going to see a raise here, most certainly.
Yeah, I got a lot of boosts. Yeah, we did.
What events are
Going with the 9er.
I'm going to place the win 1,600, 2.5 million, and probably the 3,500, 4 million. Off the win. Those are good.
Bedrock just ships it.
Stuffs it in, and
Cobb doesn't look pleased.
What? Oh, I mean, the 1,600?
You know, Cobb, I know it's not the most fun spot in the world, but definitely can't be folding, I think, in this game with this action. Definitely annoying, but not a spot you can let go of.
Stop loss.
I mean, I told myself I was gonna fold if I got jammed on. Let's see how much I have. I want to find that next year.
Bedrock loves hearing that.
He's gonna hate seeing it if he actually calls. Gosh. Like, I know they're significantly deep, and obviously it's never fun getting jammed on, but if he's watched Bedrock's play tonight, I mean, Bedrock's not an OMC, right? He's willing to get in there with lots of fun hands. So he did get 3-bet by Bedrock, so Bedrock does have some kind of stronger portion of his range, that's true. But a lot of the time he's going to be up against ace-king suited, ace-king,
I can't imagine.
jacks, 10s, ace-queen suited.
How would you play again?
7-4.
I'm going to feel pretty bad for Cobb if he makes this fold.
Pulling the chips back to the stack.
Wrong time to make a superhero fold.
5 months is really
I would so I played with the guys.
Gage gave it to me.
No, I know. He actually invited me this Saturday. It's like an invite. Oh, come on, Cobb.
Wow, what a play.
God, Cobb's going to
Gets
feel
the
sick.
fold.
It's hitting quads.
No,
it's not the
Can we
best
see a
hand.
flop? Can we see a flop real quick?
You're ahead. Just the flop. We just want
Just the flop. Just the flop.
I made a big fold.
Oh, that's Cobb right there. That's Cobb right there.
You're 5 behind.
Didn't see it.
We didn't see the flop. I did see, we've got an overhead camera, but it's pretty hard to see. I did see a face card. I don't know which one it was.
I thought my re-raise looked
Really?
so strong.
Hey, really? I had to calm that down.
Did you win or not?
Yeah, I did.
Still folded. You didn't lose. How did you say when you not lose?
I'm just saying. It ain't that easy.
You see when somebody
Probably lost more money with queens than any other hand, but you're just going to have to take my stack. There's only 2 hands that beat it.
Yeah, only 2 hands that beat it. You know, the Bedrock's had a tough night. He's stuck a little bit of money.
That's me. Fucking God.
He knew it was coming.
Unreal.
That's me.
He was so excited to show it too. Cobb. Don't tell me it was ace king Cobb. Don't tell me it was ace king Cobb. I was in such an awkward spot too. I was like,
It was a big fold.
slow rolling Richard, but fast rolling. HB, actually Richard wouldn't care.
When I see a king, I'm like, yep, John dead.
So sick.
And when I see a K of club, I'm like, yep, that's me.
8s don't win for me, so I got to shove them.
Yeah, that's how you went.
HV coming with the 3-bet with Jack 8 suited. Lebluff with 9-7 suited, and Anto on the dealer button in the lead with 9s as we go 3 ways to the flop.
Yeah, I managed to accidentally insult Gage's club.
What a flop for the Jack 8 though.
I managed to insult his club.
The Jack flops the diamonds.
almost 2
really
years ago.
nothing to worry about, and
I don't know
everyone
why
else's
him and his
hand
buddies were
also
playing that
just
dog
completely
house.
whiffing. So
But like we just started
easy
talking
money for
about,
HV.
A&M and College Station. I was like, yeah, I heard the clubs over there take like.
Take a quick look at the numbers after all that. PFR chart showing a very active table. Lowest is 28%. Lots of players above 30. Outlaw and HV at 40%, raising when entering pots after over 4 hours of play. And Lebluff still dominating, up 8,100. The next closest players are only up about 2K. That's ATM and HV. Lots of big numbers in the red.
Like, I feel bad. It's so good. It's like they're trying to do the right thing. Yeah, it's just
down to 3 players in this mid game.
Right. Yeah.
Jonathan, Lebluff, and Outlaw with buttons.
You would have to like offer some absurd. Yeah,
they did. They offered. It's just.
And
they're in a bad
Lebluff,
spot. Like,
looking down at ace jack suited, will open to 60 from under the gun.
You gotta be in the perfect
I know you probably thought it was king.
Anto getting crazy here with deuce
I
tray.
figured it was like 10, either 10s or ace king, but
I feel like it was jacks. I feel like it might have been queens.
Get it to roll.
It was.
It was probably
I think I did the math. It was like worth 125,000.
That's your fault.
I don't think it was queens.
It would have cost us that.
Anto
I don't know what the plot was.
I think
has been relatively quiet since he got to this table. Not a whole lot of 3-betting going on. I thought he was going to get some respect there, but Lebluff
Just puts it back in his face. Can't do anything wrong tonight, can he?
It's king. It's 8-8.
He just knows.
Runner.
Ace king never beat 8-8. What are you talking
Ace
about?
king.
And you can try to raise with deuce tray, but you better not be calling.
Well, I'm still coming runner 8, so it's still going to be quads.
I love that everybody is thinking that Cobb folded ace king. Cobb probably just not willing to say what he folded.
Even if somebody had, there were 2 8s coming.
Yeah.
I believe it.
When they see that on the stream, they're going to be very surprised.
Stream's already going to be over by the time they see it, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
You're trying to go home early, don't.
It's okay.
You would just reload it.
I'm not going home anytime.
You would have just got more yellows out.
About the wrong person.
So heads up in the knit now. Jonathan and Outlaw.
Just reloaded.
I left early once. I think I was down about 20 grand.
Yeah.
Outlaw having to reload, re-add back on after that large pot. He lost ATM, biggest pot of the night. Jonathan also slowed it down just a little bit after the
He just did the high lot
from
from
HV to queen 10 earlier.
ace 5 suited.
Runner. Yeah, pretty sick. I've only ever left once. I was thinking about that much.
The thing that's right about that hand, and I still think it. I'm
Early open from HV with king queen.
has a bluff there.
Anto calling
Million years.
behind him, and Lebluff defending the straddle with 7-8 suited. 3 players.
I almost randomized.
7-8 connecting.
Check.
I mean, you're stuck. I thought you were going to check call it off.
And it quickly checks around.
When you just
After
get
you make it 800.
My turn.
I'm not trying to play different.
I already got my second one right here.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did.
Did you already pay for it?
Probably feeling better about that 7 with the board pairing 10.
But like, I thought about it.
And Lebluff now leading out 80 bucks. He'll take it down.
Yeah.
sometimes I'll like cool it down. Like I don't even realize I'm doing it. I'm like, oh, maybe take a breather.
HB, you want some milk for
I probably need some popcorn. I like watching this live. Cookies and milk.
Alright, Connie, you just got jacks versus fours in the boat versus quads, and you get up and take a walk. You lost somewhere around $6,500 in the hand.
Probably not, honestly.
Don't ask questions about that. And I'm the one doing 3
You have to see the action on the river. It's like overbet, jam, snap. I got top boat.
Bedrock opening this one. Everybody should probably fold. He's got 6-3. Makes it 60 to
go. That's in context very funny, considering what we've just seen. But Collin, though, you could tell he had a real hand just by the pause after it folded to him. Going to be bumping it up with the 4-bet with Ace Jack.
And Jonathan in between with sevens had made it 240. Bedrock obviously out of the way.
Lots of history.
And this is another spot where Jonathan's going to have an awkward stack size if he chooses to raise here. He's just going to come with a call.
Yeah, and these two have been kind of going at it, bantering all night. Played a couple of big pots, so looking to see if we can get some action here tonight. And it is a paired queen-high board here. Good for Jonathan so far, but 2 clubs on board for Collin. This is just about as pure of a flip as it gets.
Lots of clubs accounted for, though. Jonathan's got one in his hand. We know Bedrock folded 2. Collin coming with 375 C-bet.
And I don't think Jonathan's going to be folding just yet. Paired queen-high board makes it less likely that his opponent has a queen. Still behind better pocket pairs, but beating hands like ace-king and ace-jack, ace-10 as well, that Collin would be 4-betting here. But a jack on the turn, going to be good news for Collin. And he's turned some showdown value now. Doesn't find the need to pump more into this pot. Obviously way behind a queen, way ahead of almost everything else. Clubs available.
And Jonathan heads up in the Nick game. He might be hoping Jonathan just spews off some chips here, but it goes check, check.
That board is going to feel decent here for Jonathan. Full house now for Collin. And if Collin's got a hand like ace-king, ace-10, you might feel the need to bluff here. So I think Collin can get some value on this river depending on sizing. Doesn't go too big either compared to the size of the pot. You can already see the discomfort on Jonathan's face. Collin has chosen an affordable price, trying to get Jonathan to call with a hand exactly like the one he has right now. Love the sizing here. Make it as tough of a choice as possible for these under pairs that Jonathan would make it here with. Jonathan did call a 4-bet, so his range has got to be at least decently strong. Perhaps less likely that he would have a hand like kings, aces, given that he just called free.
So milky.
If Jonathan knows it, he knows it's a milky bet for value.
Can you better check that guy? Yeah. Oh, he's back already? Yeah.
Forgot, I'm on a break. Didn't help, I didn't get the signal, so
You see the picture?
Yeah.
That was on me.
I know him.
Alright, I need some milk now. And popcorn, please. I need some milk and popcorn. This is like a rounded thing right here.
This is definitely a tough spot given that it's Collin and it's heads up in the Nick game, but
I mean, obviously, he knows he's not beating any value.
Oh, he gets the call.
Yeah.
Collin with a huge pot.
Yeah, I love the bet from Collin there. He's essentially representing that he has some kind of milky value hand and would also probably bet about the same with a hand like ace-10, ace-king, that sort of thing. So Jonathan trying to get the hero call there, but Collin with value this time and will get revenge for earlier in the night in a big way.
I'm glad I folded too. I had 2 clubs.
And Jonathan looks sick.
When you give a good player the right price, or right price rather, they will call a good chunk of the time, and I think Collin did a good job of naming the right one that time.
We got called back
I put Collin on 2 clubs. I don't know if they're big cards or not. Big
Nine,
clubs.
9 or 10?
Ace 10, yeah.
maybe pocket fives.
All the same hand.
I'm pretty sure they call kicker.
What? With ace high?
No, like with pairs. Yeah.
Oh, he's slow though. You never know.
No, I just
I don't know.
thought you had it that time. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I prop bet him having pair, but I just know he does, so I don't know, like. It's just the best river in the deck.
Lots of speculation about that last hand as it folds all the way around to the straddle. Anto actually limped in. Might have been a dark call from him. Outlaw raising it up here with ace tray and HV getting in there with 7-4. Let's go.
Valiant defense here from HV. Let's see if he can get there. 7-4, flopping some future opportunities. Not the worst flop for 7-4.
It's always 9.
All right, it's pretty bad. Let's be honest. Not great. 4s are dead now, but that's okay. 7 coming. Point.
Not quite. Ace high. Still good here, and Anto taking a swing at it now on the river. Bets 200.
Yeah, Outlaw never going to be folding ace high in this spot.
I still like.
I think he couldn't believe that you finally had a hand, and that's
I
why
couldn't
he
believe
called.
it. You're telling me.
That's what I'm saying. He ran
And that
into it.
will end the Nick game.
Tough luck for Jonathan, who unfortunately, after losing that pot, also going to have to pay out the Nick game and the splash pot. And with less than 30 minutes to go, we're going to have to see some big moves from the youngster if he's going to want to recover the night.
Yeah.
I think I had it on here too. Maybe not. I don't know.
350 in the middle.
I had some of it on it. Could have been wrong.
I've lost 3. Matt's lost 2. And then you lost the 6th one.
I've lost 2.
So yeah, so 2. Oh, you've lost 3.
I mean,
I lost the first one.
have you lost one
I feel like disrespect if I hold that
Before
hand.
that, there's like, when you lost 2, you know what
I lost the first 2, and then I lost the.
Oh yeah, the 3rd.
I mean,
I've lost.
I feel like disrespect if I hold that hand.
I thought I had
never happened, but I'm probably like
chopping.
Oh yeah, this is the 8th. So that was your 2nd. Yeah. We're good. This is the 8th one, and then only has 3.
The problem is I haven't won a splash pot.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the one.
Oh, save 100. Oh my god.
Learn my lesson too, right there.
Fold the stream hand.
If you called though, I'd probably call.
350 splash pot.
I don't want to feel
Bedrock and Jonathan limping in with monsters. And Anto takes the bait, raising it up with 8-6.
It's a trap!
What are you trying to say?
Actually, Jonathan's probably got the worst thing in the house.
Limp raise, and it's a huge one. 650.
And
Well, there is 350 dead in the middle.
Jonathan just lost this massive pot against Collin. He's got ace-queen. He knows Bedrock is doing some potentially suspicious things with hands like pocket eights.
All in.
There it is.
What are you going for? 2, Lebluff?
Jams it,
2,000?
and Bedrock's got him notched, and it's just not enough money to get Bedrock to fold ace-king, I don't think.
I don't think there's a price you could name really tonight that would get.
Yeah, especially stuck as deep as he is. And what a cooler spot. They both limp in, setting the trap. And
I always run it one time.
Okay, yeah. And once I'm good.
It's an empty question.
I didn't even say anything because I was like, I think he only goes once.
It's please coming though, I think. Oh shit.
Well,
9.
always a sweat.
Not very many
9.
kings left in the deck, I gotta say. We saw some of them folded already, so 9. Oh, double gutted now, more outs.
That was a 4-outer. It was
Ace
strong
King
deck.
holds.
Crazy.
And Bedrock
We were both.
finally winning a decent pot here. It's been a
were.
rough night for him.
Yep.
And now Jonathan down to the felt again as well. He is at the bottom for the first time, down 6K. And Bedrock on the upward climb. He's still down 1,500, but that's got to feel good. He's been stuck deep all night long. Lebluff maintains his spot on top, up 8,400 with about a half hour left to go, or somewhere in that neighborhood. If you like what you're seeing, be sure to give us a thumbs up there, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you'll get more great poker content in your feed.
It was good call.
From Champions Poker Live.
Yeah, less than that to go at this point, unfortunately. Love having all these guys playing on stream, putting on a show for us, but all good things must come to an
I would
end.
never want to cause bodily harm.
After that, Collin finally taking over the role of big sack at the table, so there's still time for him and Lebluff to have an absurd $23,000 pot to end the night.
We're waiting.
And
Ace Queen again for Jonathan.
Poker is an evil game. That hand is returned, taunting Jonathan of the parking lot.
Dude, that's not the night.
And getting all kinds of action here. 5 players going to the flop.
55-27.
That's Bob said. Come on. Stop it. That's not Bob said.
Bad news here for Jonathan. A king and a queen for Cobb. Jonathan basically has been flopped dead, unfortunately.
Yeah, nut flush draw for Anto, open-ended for Outlaw.
He just donks into the field with the ace-high flush draw as well. Great fold from Jonathan, even though he's stuck, just knowing this is never really a full-sized bluff. Now everybody with some interesting hands to proceed with. Outlaw with the open-ended straight draw. Cobb with top 2 pair. Lots of cooler turns, and that's not exactly one of them. Anto now with a gut shot to go along with his nut flush draw. Cobb probably going to start piling money into the pot now, and I don't think Anto will be folding.
No. You don't know, but he's trying to shit talk you.
Relatively large size here, 400 and a 555. That'll get rid of the open-ender. But as predicted, Anto going nowhere. Has less than pot behind now.
I dream about it.
Yeah, me too.
And it's a miss. Oh, Outlaw would have made the nuts.
Yeah, Jack 10
Good,
gets there.
good bet from Cobb.
I'm glad you didn't run over me in the parking lot.
Now Anto has totally missed.
You're looking at food.
Opts not to try to bluff here. Checks it. And Cobb is trying to think of a sizing, but I don't think Anto pays with ace high now.
Nope, no chance. Just be a bet and a fold. Outlaw annoyed with the river, I'm sure. But well played hand from Cobb.
All in and all out. Cobb will be first player safe.
Think about sizing.
That was a good big size.
Jackson off.
Well,
Were you
can you block?
I was I voted on the turn. Yeah, we bet. 75%. Yeah. Stop.
As soon as I see the before the I say, bing.
You have a flush draw in front.
Straight flush, a straight draw and
And flush draw. Jack 9 first.
You don't want to bluff the river? Just rip it in.
I'm calling all this. I wouldn't snap, but I would call it.
Well, now you know that you have the best hand. You're probably gonna call, right?
You think I'm folding Cobb suited? He had, what did you have, like 1,300?
Jack 10.
The pot was 1,300. I know, I was aware Jack 10 got there. That's why I was.
Make it a call.
ATM opens. Ace Jack under the gun. And Cobb with another hand. Ace 10 suited. He's going to come with the raise to 200.
Making good folds this, not joking.
Standard.
Or good bluff.
Jonathan with ace-10 suited as well.
Need another drink, buddy?
With the raise and the 3-bet, he gets out of the way, and ATM folds 2 in a row. Cobb.
He's heating up.
I want to go find something to eat.
Oh, fair.
I had 4 empanadas today.
It's another benefit.
Like 30 minutes. You can add on to your
We got 30 minutes left.
We had 35 when the game started, so yeah.
This is our 30-minute one.
Sorry, 30 minutes.
30-minute warning for the players now.
OT? Can we do OT today? Since there's no stream tomorrow? Let's just have like an 8-hour stream today.
No, nobody wants to play with you.
No pose, just all straight.
You'd stay if it was all straight.
Let's take another break and then we're gonna come back for another like 3 hours.
And under the gun open from Collin. He's got the ace-10 suited this time. Bluff just calling with 9s, and Anto coming in with 8s with a call as well. And now Jonathan looking down at King Queen. Usually would be a squeeze there, but he just calls.
I'm the only one that
And ATM closing the action with the suited king. 5 players going to the flop.
And then that 3-bet, I just didn't have to.
I could feel that you wanted to, though.
What a flop. Ace-10 suited hits top pair and the nut flush draw.
Basically nothing else for anyone else unless we turn something like a 9 here, but just the
no
nuts.
incentive to-
No big deal. Unless you run into 6-4 suited, in which case unlucky.
I didn't mind
Good
getting
night.
called, I didn't want to get re-raised. Oh, I knew clubs dominated.
Collin's going to start trying to pile some chips into this pot now.
Only Lebluff with a hand strong enough to make the call. Everyone else going to get out of the way.
Clearly, already bluffed me once in a big way.
Well, that you know of.
Bluff still with that nip button is trying to get rid of it, but what happened this hand? 4th diamond. Hopefully won't cost him too much more. He does river a flush. He has to know that.
You don't even
But
remember it.
Collin's still with the nuts.
I'm just making.
I know.
It sounds good. It's all part of the metagame.
Collin doing a fake diamond check. Obviously knows what he
I don't know
has.
what that means, but it sounds
Has known since the beginning of the hand.
It's a line. It's gonna be a line in rounders too.
good. Need some Oreos while I say it.
Bets 575.
That's a really fun spot to do a fake diamond check. I say that because if you look at the board, the red ace of hearts also out on the board as well. So it's almost like Collin is pretending. Well, I mean, of course, poker is a game of pretending, but he's pretending that he didn't know he had the ace of diamonds.
Wow.
Usually you'd check for diamonds in your hand. If you had, like, let's say 6s with a diamond or 10s with a diamond, you'd want to see which one it was, but Collin knew from the very
For
start.
the added challenge.
You should have to win twice.
Indeed.
I guess I'm with 2 diamonds.
And he'll be safe now as well in the Nick game. Probably the last Nick game of the night, although earlier in the stream, they were blazing through them.
I would say this will be the last one. Pretty safe bet.
Yeah.
I once lost 3 in a row on a Monday game.
Yeah.
And it turns out I had the flu. That's why Collin seems like he's like not on it. Like, I was legitimately extremely sick.
It was the flu game.
Yeah. It was the flu game. I like lost an absurd flip, like ace king versus 7s for like keeps. With like a splash pot on it. I think it was like 20K or something like that. And after that, I was like, oh man, I don't feel good. It's like, am I tilted or something? I was just
Bluff with the early open.
Oh my God.
And Outlaw 3-betting 225 with 4s.
I'd also lost like 3 Nick games or something in a row.
Quick call from Anto. That's a significant percentage of his stack. Calls with Queen Jack. See a couple of queens in the muck.
Yeah, just a legitimate.
And Lebluff's hand.
Yeah, so it's 30
And I'm no Jordan.
Bluff gets out of the way.
Yeah. Jordan would
It's a
play
fair
poker,
fight.
he would've won the floor. He probably did play poker.
Yeah.
Pretty good flop for the Queen Jack, open-ended.
About as good as you can feel without actually hitting any of your pairs. And he does just stuff it in Outlaw's face.
Is it 850?
Yeah, I think the graphics are a little off there. Looks like a little more than 690 to me. In any case, it's a fold, and Anto picks this one up.
The 8s always come on the turn.
The queen.
I had it.
The 8's coming. Okay, you were the queen, so it definitely was coming. True.
No. Not fair.
As long as you didn't fold 8s.
But
On the river, though, not the turn.
Yeah, it was
River, yeah.
you talk, you and the board get double turn.
Anto with the ace-king, just going to be flat calling Outlaw's open.
Well, I finally figured out why I should have folded in our hand 20 minutes later.
Why is that?
Yeah, it's because I checked back, so I don't think
Let's
that,
Cobb in there cheap with the 6-5.
I mean, not that you're never bluffing there, obviously, but it just looks like I'm checking back to call. Because who knows if I do this or not, but I'm incentivized.
Checks around, gut shots for 2 of the players, and now 6-5 picks up a gutter. 3 hearts on board. Nobody has a heart.
Gutter ball for all involved.
Look at you problem.
Well, I'm not sure if I do that or not, but I feel like that's kind of the general logic taken in those spots.
Everybody's gonna be surprised when Anto turns over this
It's easy
ace-king.
to have what I have. I was betting. Maybe I should just muck it.
Jesus, I thought I had it. Good.
Ace 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's some
I mean, you win if I'm
prime.
you call in any
The problem is if you're calling with
Sub
tens
of
of
bluffing,
nines.
but ace high snap call.
For me?
See the button or
Yeah,
not?
my hand was so live. My 6-5.
No, I was
gutter and the
unblocking
pair
that
draws were live.
because my pair was lower than that.
I didn't have a heart though.
It's
But-
probably not that.
Damn.
I think it is. It's pretty rare that like I really strongly feel that someone has it or not, but that was one of those hands. I'm normally just like, you know, floating in the void of like, yeah, maybe. but that one, that's what's bugging me. Is like I actually had like conviction in that hand, and I still called.
You also don't know how thin I'd bet.
Huh?
You also don't know how thin I'd bet.
No, yeah, no. I was expecting to see like 90.
One limper. Jonathan with king-queen on the button opens to 90. All kings are now seen as Cobb looks down at 2 kings in his hand. He'll 3-bet to 400.
Yeah, monster sizing that he's chosen here. Gone absolutely huge from 90 to 400.
5. That was a real hand. That was a very real hand.
Mine was realer.
Yeah.
It's a little bit telegraphed with the sizing there, as Jonathan is picking up on as well.
Just 4-bet me, Jonathan.
Our first $40 straddle,
What were the options?
courtesy of HV.
That's just fold on. Actually, the options were 4-bet.
Seen a few dark raises tonight.
Yeah.
Our first third straddle.
Might see some more.
Connector.
Well, they were connected.
The old 6.5 X
Standard
raise
Broadway
right there.
garbage. Isn't as fun to play when we're
Ace jack.
super
then.
deep.
Ace jack confirmed.
Ace.
An ace.
Quick call from Anto with 6-4.
Consider 4-bet.
Bedrock
Oh, no ace.
with jacks.
Real hand though.
Opens to 2 1/4. Three aces in the muck.
everything else going to be in the muck as well.
Yep, folds all the way around.
That's how you play 'em.
My hand is better than that.
I know it was.
Last hand. Obviously.
Good hand, Richard.
I guess I'm gonna have to play Andrew heads up tonight.
I'll play Jack of Diamond. I'll give you another Jack.
I'll play after.
Yeah, we'll play.
The game will not be over after the stream, sounds like.
I'm probably.
There's one time where I could tell that he slept and woke up, and the entire time I was playing, or like the entire time I was awake at least, and like I was there when he logged off, and I was there when he hopped back on. It was
Playing online?
yeah. Dr.
I'm
Rudd.
confused. Oh, so the straddle.
What's his name on there?
Dr.
It was live,
Rudd.
yeah.
Dr.
It was a
Rudd.
live.
Like the straddle was on last hand.
It was, yeah.
Oh, see, I thought it was a raise.
Are you calling or you raising?
That saved me because I would have.
That
saved me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I
was
thought
just straight. It was just one raise. I thought it was.
He'll just call.
Probably would have 3-bet you and
We'll
got
just call.
punished.
Well, I always get
40 straddle.
I guess we'll just call.
And Collin
the limp under the gun.
Don't worry about us. We're just gonna call.
is actually out of there. It was ATM that called this one.
This is a setup hand right here.
I still probably would have 3-bet.
What the fuck?
But it's aces for Lebluff in the big blind, raises to 2 1/4,
Sorry.
We're locked.
and nobody coming along. He'll be safe.
Well, that's a bad.
Raise.
That's a
Pay
bad.
attention, ATM.
That is a bad beat.
Before he was on, we'll just call. Yeah. I was trying to raise. He'd call if he saw
As soon as he decided to just call, I was like,
What's the difference? You folded anyways.
it's not a real hand.
What do you mean? What's the difference? Plus $80, dude. That's the difference. Some of us value $80 HP. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, coach.
That's like 2 McAllen 18.
18. That's expensive.
Is that the one you're drinking?
No, 18 years probably like $100. At least.
Can you taste the difference? Can you taste the difference?
I never even got it.
I see.
I've had 15.
Is it good?
Yeah, slightly different. Yeah. Tastes better.
Does it?
Yeah. Yeah, you can get a different flavor now.
Big slick in the hijack for ATM. Opens to 60.
All the like wines I've tried were like.
Outlaw with ace jack in the big blind.
Tried some of like the ones here that are a bit more expensive.
Reaching for raising chips.
I was like, oh.
275.
Goes 275.
But there's other whiskeys that are cheaper than the gallon that taste just as good.
Anto with suited king is going to come along.
Not going to stay that way for long with the cold call in between. ATM definitely going to squeeze. Was probably going to do it anyways with how deep these two players are.
Yeah, it looks like he's eyeballing Anto's stack. He's the short stack in this situation here with about, started the hand with about 1,300.
Maybe longer.
And ATM is going to 4-bet to put him all in. Outlaw out of the way. And Anto also folding. ATM safe. Now 3 players remain in the Nick game. Jonathan, Outlaw, and HV.
Flop top pair as well.
With that being said, we've only got a couple of hands left on our stream tonight. Looks like we have entered the final 5 at this point.
Yeah, he pulled it.
Thanks, of course, to everybody who's tuned in to watch the stream tonight. Love having you. If you enjoyed the content tonight, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, you know the drill. Whatever it takes to support the channel. We'll be doing more of these streams every week as well. We'll be showing up, I believe, on Tuesday next week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Should have some games running for y'all. Starting with PLO with the Stallions.
That is correct.
It's like a hand you've seen before.
So I'm with me and Tish. He shoved ace 10 on me.
Don't forget to come visit us here at Champions Club. Big weekend coming up. Got the Monster Stack on Saturday, a one-day event, 100K guarantee, $400 buy-in, no limit hold'em tournament. And then Sunday from noon to 8, giving away $500 every half hour in the cash game room. Top pair for Anto, Outlaw hitting middle pair.
Correct.
Bedrock giving it some thought here with some backdoor draws, but he gets out of the way.
It's not like calling card. So you have, I have to.
I've been blessed enough to witness some of it today.
Yep.
What's up?
So quads twice. Well,
Outlaw comes along.
Yeah, too much stuff's going on. You had the double straight flush royal flush. Flop, flop,
No
flop.
help to him on the turn here. He does have the ace of clubs. Should it come running clubs, he might try to make some kind of move, but Anto really just doesn't have enough chips behind to...
Yeah, I mean, he's bet 400. He's got barely more than that behind, so...
Kings twice.
In the really big game.
Probably just going to have to be all in or fold here for Outlaw. He's never going to be really folding better, right?
In the really big game?
I wouldn't think so.
Just one of those situations where your opponent is too short stacked. Outlaw just going all in, getting snapped off. Gonna be tough to win that.
Running it twice.
Your hands. I thought you said when you had it.
Oh,
I was like, what? Come on, you did. Why would I go twice?
So far, so good for Anto. Just needs to fade an 8 or an ace, and does.
He chips.
Full double for Anto.
Now we're folding, you got 400.
Nice him.
Can I buy some greens, Matt? Like 200?
All right, 5 hands left, guys. Button's gonna end on C2.
Sweet.
Button will be the last one.
That's a bad throw.
5 hands remaining, 3 knit buttons remaining. If they get down to the last hand and there are still multiple players with knit buttons, they'll chop up that last splash pot.
Not a lot of it, but
yeah, I know.
it was a good time.
They'll do 150.
Folds to the hijack, and Cobb raising with 5-4, 7-4 in the muck.
We finished the first one in like an orbit.
Yeah, I know. In one orbit, we
It's like everybody took theirs, you know?
3-bet from HV makes it 2 1/4, and that will end it right there. He is now safe.
From the 7-4, he knew all the other 4s were dead.
That's right.
Great idea. Well, chat, I hate to say it, but that 14K pot may only happen off stream.
That's me.
He's drawing the like.
Just dead. He's just dead.
Basically, it's just
Still got to see a couple of large pots tonight. Plenty of action to go on this table. Lots of 3 and 4 betting at every point of the stream.
I just about got Caleb good.
Well, $80 straddle might make it happen. No. It's going to just be a $40 straddle from Collin.
the best hand for
Just about.
It went ahead.
40.
Ahead.
Just about.
Big slick suited for the big stack of Lebluff. Opens to a large 130.
Can't even imagine the hand you'd lose to.
I can think of 1 or 2.
The raise in position. Strong. Looks like all the turn.
Raise and take it.
Fold with the aces again. Never be too careful. Never know if it might be.
Looks like this version of the knit tax will be split between Outlaw and Jonathan if they're not able to get rid of it right away.
Jack 10 suited and fold it. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, at the end of the game, it's almost disincentivizes the players to play. Rather take the $200 hit than risk losing a bunch of money to save $400.
JJ.
Probably not the most popular rule, but I think it would be great action for the stream if instead of chopping up the final knit button, everybody who had a knit button left had to pay the knit tax.
Yeah, full price.
Yep.
Make a big splash pot. I like that idea.
I think it would obviously drive crazy action towards the end of the stream, and some people wouldn't like it, but, you know, we create these action incentives for a reason, right?
Yeah, you're supposed to lose that much if you lose the Nick game, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it incentivizes
Well, and
people to
buyback.
kind of lock it up at the end of the stream, especially if it's a multi-way nip button scenario.
We wait for you.
Appreciate it.
We're going to be locking it up with Big Slick here for Jonathan.
He's already got the 400 parked on the knit button. That's pretty funny.
Literally everyone involved here having clubs.
Couple hours maybe. Doesn't even be too late. Just enough, long enough to rope drunk outlaw in.
He's in now.
I'm drunk and I'm in.
Not drunk. Maybe not in. I don't know. Let's see.
Anto had opened to 75. Jonathan comes with a $250 3-bet. And only Anto will defend.
And he's going to make the call. Thought it would be a walk for Jonathan, but no walk to be had. Going to need to win this hand the hard way. But somehow, some way, Anto connects with the best hand.
Jacks. 2 red jacks.
Those are them.
Soul read.
Those are the ones.
Can't call with 8-6 and hit that board and not call
When
again.
they try to make it 6.
$200 from Jonathan is quickly called.
Raise again.
Jonathan picking up some outs here. Gut shot to go along with his overcards.
I fucked up, saved me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Those aces, that was a bad beat.
Yeah,
That's a bad beat.
Hey, you're supposed to run even harder than that.
The old ATM I know is
I run
get it all in.
I run too good against ATM.
Check, check. And Anto improves to a pair of 8s.
You know I run pretty good again.
Dude, I think every time you've played the stream, you've had a straight flush. No?
No, just the last time. And then I ended up getting stacked for all my balls.
You did get stacked.
Yeah,
instead of stacked. Yeah, that was.
But you were also down.
Oh yeah, I was down heaps.
Yeah, great move. I wasn't going to say anything, but I like the jam here from Jonathan. Anto's been pretty quiet most of tonight.
I know.
Hasn't really been willing to get it in speculatively post-flop at all today. And with this board as played, Anto doesn't really have a jack, so good way to apply pressure with the ace-king and get that fold out of Anto.
Ends the Nick game and steals the pot.
Nice bluff.
Thank you.
You had a real hand, too.
I did.
2 hands
I've had
left,
ace-king
and
so
one of them will be a splash pot. That's going to be this one.
Well, I've only lost in Nick game.
Get Outlaw. $400 in the middle, coming from Outlaw.
And I still keep coming back.
How good
I love it.
No, it's okay. They don't need that.
16.
Yeah, tell them
Splash pot?
16 more.
After this hand?
Yeah, we have one.
Yeah, one more.
Got it.
Outlaw.
We lost it.
One time?
Yeah, one time.
Okay, well,
20 straddle and a dark call.
Right now?
Yeah, just one time.
Okay.
Be about the only time you see a lot of limping is when their splash pot is in effect.
No, I know. The other one.
Outlaw will put in a small raise to 75 though with 8-6. That's not going to get rid of anybody. HV clicking it up to 325 with ace jack. And a quick call from Anto. Definitely willing to get his chips in pre-flop.
Fold.
The saddest fold you'll ever hear in your life from Collin. Definitely doesn't want to fold Jack 10 in the splash.
Allegedly.
He's worried that Outlaw's about to stuff it with that small raise. But I think Outlaw's just going to peel a flop here.
That would be a fun power play from Outlaw, but he's not going to do that. He is just going to call. He wants to give and get action at the end of the stream.
Spot committed.
HV with the best of it so far, but have to see if it stays that way on the flop. And 2 spades available for Anto, jack for HV. And he just rips it all in there.
And why not with that stack? And you can add 400 to that number for the splash pot. So there's 1,400 in the middle.
About 16 and some change here for Anto, ripped all in.
17.25 is the number, and HV in a tricky spot here with an overcard to his jack.
Oh, like Terry Mann's at.
I don't know. He's solid now.
He's intelligently good at not playing the 5K hump to PKO bounty.
Nah. He only wants the big buy-in. He's hooked now.
Sounds like he'll be your sack guy.
Nope. This is San Antonio.
On the line?
No, yeah. No. It's his birthday this weekend, so.
What's in San Antonio?
My mom has like a timeshare there at the Hyatt.
Nice.
So, and his wife's family lives there.
Sweet. There's a lot of cool stuff.
Where are you at,
San Antonio. Let's do it, San Antonio.
HV definitely getting the close to the right price with what's in the middle as well. I know Anto's been pretty tight tonight, but there are 2 spades on the board too, so
They have a good suicide. That Houston.
I think it is okay just to drop it in with the call this time.
Yeah.
Well, HV knows that Anto runs it twice too. He's run it twice with even a short stack here, so does end up making the call, and they are going to run it twice.
Aquarium thing is dope.
Nailed it.
What do you get to me?
That one's going to be good for Anto.
Pocket 60.
Oops.
Damn,
the 8 on the river too.
First run out nailed for Anto. Let's see if he can get there twice.
Chop it up.
Alright, nice call. Nice call.
Yards and second one.
I like it.
I saw their hand in the call.
That's the really good trade.
Yeah.
Why not? He's pretty nutted.
Turtles
Yeah.
are insane.
No, it is. It's like
Flash pot complete. One more hand left tonight. And that'll be the last one for this week. We'll be coming back Tuesday, as we mentioned earlier. PLO with the Stallions, 5 p.m. Central.
Do you have a favorite reason that you play the hit?
We tried doing that thing on the Sunday.
Don't forget to come visit us here at Champions Club, 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South in Houston, Texas.
No, not at the zoo. It was in the big ass park.
I'm putting on the 40 HV. Can we get the 80 on there one time?
Dude, it took an hour to get out of the parking lot. Another, 40 minutes to find a parking spot. It was just
Pretty expensive, but you can pay extra to like do like an encounter.
Yeah.
80 this time.
No.
$40 to go to the
All right.
$200 to the
$14,000 pot coming up.
Here it is.
whichever ones you want. Like,
We've been teasing you because we've known about this one the whole time.
So we did it with the Madagascar tortoises.
That's it.
There's 40.
That's a good like date thing.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So far, so bad.
It's not getting better. Here
Here we go.
Here it is. 10s versus 10s.
We are.
Just like we drew it up.
Especially after that hand.
Oh, that's not good.
HV one, keep playing.
250 is the open.
I thought the business was finished.
It's never finished.
Outlaw reaching for chips.
That's the bit.
He's gonna call here.
Gonna see a flop. King, queen.
All right.
And Anto gets out of the way. Heads up we go.
Have any of y'all watched Andor?
There will not be a $14,000 pot.
Really good.
Yeah, this is not the run out for a $14,000 pot either, gotta say.
These aren't the stacks either.
Yeah.
Because it makes it
Let's
every
see,
bit
46 plus 30. Yep, nope, not close.
I love Rogue
Not
One,
quite.
So Andor's before
of
or after?
Andor leads up. Season 2 literally leads right into the beginning of
Rogue One?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it was great. They did perfect job.
It just kind of fleshed it
Outlaw
out.
will peel another card here. The 10's way out in front.
So much stuff
Oh,
going
now
on, so many people.
indefeatable.
Yeah, this hand's gonna be over very soon, and this is good. Now's the time to check. Let Outlaw catch up on the river in some way, shape, or form. Not that one though. No value to be had here for Cobb.
New Hope, and then just go right.
Let's go all the way.
The Empire.
Yeah, that ending in Rogue One was so dope. That was awesome.
Cobb's value spot already come and gone for the evening, unfortunately. Don't think Outlaw's going to be paying off the big bet this time with just king high. is considering potentially pulling the trigger here.
That would be good news for Cobb.
Never going to be folding if that's the case.
Show the left hand.
That will do it for this stream. Very fun night. Very active table. Lowest VPIP, 41%. Anto picking up the pace at the end there. Takes the top spot. 68% of his hands. He did come in late. It's a smaller sample size, but very active in the game. Like to limp in, though. He takes the bottom of the PFR chart. But everybody above 30% on that one. Even the bottom was 31%. Pretty crazy there. And Lebluff maintains the big stack and the big lead the entire stream. 8,200 in the green. ATM, HV, Collin, and Anto also book a profit. Outlaw down the most, but not too far behind Jonathan there. Both losing more than $5,000. Super fun night. Thanks again, Chris, for commentation.
Yes,
always
sir.
A pleasure working with you. Great analysis, as always.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much. And good to be on here with you, Dan.
I'm sure we'll be seeing you on at least one of the streams next week, correct?
Should be, yeah. I think I'll be here on Wednesday.
Perfect. Well, thanks for joining us, everybody, and be sure to come check us out here at Champions Club, 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South in Houston, Texas. For Chris McCauley, this is Dan Fout saying good night.
Play your hand, play your hand. No buck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. And no buck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No buck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags.